Hello everybody. This is Ali Nan and today we are going to discuss the syllabus and the examiner's report of the paper of English Precis and Composition. English Precis and Composition is perhaps one of the most challenging papers in CSS examinations. English Essay and English Precis and Compositions have often been considered as the most difficult by most of the CSS aspirants. Especially after the revision of the syllabus since 2016, English Precis and Composition has been extremely challenging for most of the CSS aspirants. In the past half a decade, that is 2016 to 2019 and 20, more than 80% of the CSS aspirants have flunked in this paper. This does not mean that it is something which cannot be achieved or it is difficult to attain, but the primary thing that we need to consider is what is the demand of the question paper, what the examiner is looking for, what should a candidate prepare, and what are the areas that a candidate must have a complete grip on. For that purpose, you must know what is the precise syllabus of English Precis and Composition. Because some of the CSS aspirants have this confusion that maybe it is only about Precis writing, which is perhaps the most important question of this paper. But there is more to this paper as well. Even to the question of Precis writing, there is more than Precis writing to that. Therefore, we have to consider what is there in the syllabus and what the examiner is looking for. So, first of all, the syllabus. The syllabus is divided into several questions. In fact, there are certain things, certain topics which are there in the syllabus, but there are certain variations when we look at the paper pattern, especially in the past half a decade, that is after the revision of the syllabus. The first question, according to the syllabus and the topic and the paper pattern, is of Precis writing. Precis writing has been allocated or allotted 20 marks. In this question, you would be given a carefully selected passage from the works of literary writers or maybe any other form of writing. It can be expository, it can be argumentative, it can be narrative, but the passage would be easier to follow, not that difficult to comprehend, but still there would be some challenges and you have to condense it into a Precis, a summary, which I'd be discussing in our further future communications, that how to write a Precis. But in the paper, it has 20% marks. Then you can also expect another passage, which is a convention in most of the language tests, English language tests especially, that is a passage of comprehension, which is termed as reading comprehension. I would write it here in abbreviation for your facility, RC. It also has 20 marks. Reading comprehension has some similarities with Precis writing, but still there are certain differences which you need to consider. In Precis writing, you have to condense the passage, whereas in reading comprehension, you would be attempting different questions. So there will be different questions in relation to the comprehension passage which would be given to you in the question paper, and you have to answer them accordingly, and there are different natures of questions, and those would be discussed in future lectures as well, that what type of questions you get and how can you attempt these questions when encountering a reading comprehension passage. The third most important aspect is in the form of MCQs, which is in fact the part A or section A of your paper, that is of synonyms and antonyms vocabulary. Here I am using the abbreviation S&A for synonyms and antonyms, and again these have 20 marks. So you would be getting 10 words for the category of synonyms and 10 for the category of antonyms, and each word will have 4 different options, and you have to select one correct answer for each word, which you have to mark on the OMR sheet, and you have to fill the correct option, and then you have to hand it over back to the invigilators, and then your papers would be marked on that OMR sheet, which is a computer generated sheet. Apart from these questions related to vocabulary, you have some more questions of vocabulary. These vocabulary questions are further expanded into the questions of pairs of words. Pairs of words have 5 marks. Another relevant or related question is of idioms. Again, these have 5 marks. And we also have a question of analogy or grouping of words, and these also have 5 marks. So we have 15 more vocabulary related marks. So in total we have 35 marks which are related to vocabulary. The fourth area which we need to consider is grammar. Grammar related questions are divided into the categories of punctuations. 5 marks. Narration, that is changing the narration. Again, 5 marks. Sometimes this question of narration is replaced by the question related to prepositions, which can also have 5 marks. There is another important question related to grammar, that is sentence correction. Again, 5 marks. Punctuations, narrations or prepositions, and then sentence correction. So these are again 15 marks. So now look at the scheme: 20, 20, 40, 40, 20, 60, 60, 15, 75, 75 and 15, 90, and we are left with 10 more marks, and that is related to language in use. That specific question is of translation. In translation, you would be given a passage which you will have to translate. They can also give you 10 sentences which you would be required to translate, but in the past half a decade we have been getting paragraphs which the examiner expects the candidate to translate. This is the entire scheme of your syllabus or the paper pattern which you have to keep in mind. So these are the bases which you need to cover. Another significant aspect is how the examiners are evaluating your paper, or what the examiners are looking for, and why the candidates are flunking in this paper, or what makes this paper challenging for most of the candidates. First of all, in all these areas there is one common thread: vocabulary and grammar, even in Precis writing and comprehension. Without vocabulary and grammar, Precis writing and comprehension becomes a difficult task. Therefore, the examiner's report of 2016 becomes highly significant. I'm discussing the examiner's report of 2016 for 2 reasons. Number one, that it was the first paper after the revision of the syllabus. Number two, in 2016, it was one of those rare years when English Precis and composition had a higher failure rate as compared to English essay. More than 90% of CSS aspirants flunked in English Precis and composition in 2016. The examiner's report of 2016 is not alarming, but it is in a way more self-explanatory for those candidates who do not understand that why they have flunked in that paper. The examiner's report of 2016 has highlighted certain areas which were the reason of failure for most of the CSS aspirants. The first thing that the examiners mention is about Precis writing, that why candidates flunked in English Precis and composition. So most of the candidates did not know how to write a Precis. Number one, that the candidates did not know that they have to write it in third person, which will be discussed in detail on the lecture on writing Precis writing. Writing a Precis can be challenging if a candidate has no idea about the tense which they have to use. Mostly you are required to use past tense for Precis writing or for Precis passages, but candidates who had not used those, they flunked in that paper. Another area which was indicated in the examiner's report of 2016 was that most of the candidates wrote the Precis in several paragraphs. A Precis has to be in a single paragraph. Then the examiners continue to write that the candidates had no sense about syntax, English grammar and English vocabulary. This is alarming because rest of the paper is related to vocabulary and grammar. So it means if there are errors of vocabulary and grammar in Precis, there would be errors in rest of the questions as well. The examiners explicitly mention that the candidates had no idea of English writing convention. English writing convention is different from Urdu writing convention or any other language. Every language has its own writing convention. The candidates did not have any sense of English language syntax. Syntax is a significant aspect of the marking categories when it comes to Precis writing. The examiners also mentioned that most of the candidates had committed spelling mistakes. Another area of concern for the examiners was that the candidates had no sense of capitalization, how and when and where to use the capital letters. Thirdly, examiners had no sense of using punctuations, for which we also have a separate question, and then it also has utility in sentence correction and in all the other questions. Another area which the examiners had mentioned in the examiner's report of 2016 was that most of the candidates had not written a language which was a joy to read. This is an interesting sentence. The examiner is going through several questions, several answers, several papers. There is maximum choice with the examiner to distinguish the best candidate from the worst and then the layer of average candidates. So they are looking for papers which are a joy to read. What is a joy to read? A joy to read is a question paper or an answer sheet which is based on English language convention, which targets the requirement which is there in the question paper. Afterwards, the examiners mentioned that there were certain papers in which there was first language interference. This is even more alarming. First language interference. It is alarming because we are appearing in a paper of English language, but when the examiner is going through your answers, the examiner feels that you have not followed the English syntax or English language convention. You have been translating it constantly from another language and you are following the language convention of another, your mother tongue or maybe any other language which you feel more comfortable with. So you have to build that ability and capability as well so that you can display that you have command over English not as a foreign language but as a first language. That would be discussed in another session, that what is the difference between a command over English language as first language, foreign language or a second language, and what the examiners prefer. So in short, this is how your syllabus and paper pattern goes. I hope that you would be following these points which were there in the examiner's report and the content which is required according to the syllabus of English Precis and composition. Precis writing. Perhaps the most important question in the paper of English Precis and composition. The importance of this question can be recognized and acknowledged by the fact that the examiners have named this paper after this specific question, that is Precis writing, English Precis and composition. So it also brings to fore another important fact, that some of the examiners might be giving more value to this question. This does not mean that they would be giving more marks to it. There are only 20 marks for this. But if there is a scenario of relative marking, the examiner might consider your performance in the question of Precis writing and then compare it with your rest of the paper, if they are looking for, or if they have adopted a policy of relative marking. So Precis writing becomes the significant or the most significant question of this paper. On the other hand, Precis writing as an art is also significant in any language. To simplify it, sometimes it is referred to as summary writing, but Precis is more appropriate term for it. Precis writing is perhaps the ultimate test. If anyone wants to evaluate the ability of a candidate in a language, the ultimate test is to give the candidate a passage and ask the candidate to write a Precis of that. It is a reflection of both the reading and writing skills of a candidate. You also have to bear it in mind that Precis writing is not solely a test of your writing abilities. Before a test of your writing abilities, Precis writing becomes a test of your reading abilities. How do you comprehend the passage? And then how do you interpret that passage in fewer words? So first it is a test of your reading skills. Then it is a test of your writing skills. The question of Precis writing has been challenging for most of the candidates, but it can also be one of the easiest ones once you have mastered writing a Precis. First of all, what is a Precis? Precis is a French word which means anything which is precise or accurately expressed. Precisely or accurately expressed. This is what the word means. On technical terms, when it comes to language, what does a Precis means? You have to consider it as an abstract, that it is an abstract of a longer passage, or you might consider it a gist of a longer passage. The passage that you go through in the question paper, you have to provide an abstract or a gist of that. So, Precis writing has three essential characteristics which you need to consider. Any Precis would have these three characteristics. Number one, it is lucid. Now, what does lucid mean? Lucid means anything which is communicative, which is articulate, eloquent, easy to follow, easy to comprehend for the reader. So the Precis which you would be writing in the answer sheets has to be more communicative as compared to the original passage. It has to be more eloquent and articulate as compared to the original passage, so that the entire sense is easily communicated to the reader. Do not make it more difficult. Try to make it easier. This is your goal, using communicative, articulate and easy to follow, easy to comprehend language. The second important characteristic of a Precis is that it is succinct. Succinct means it is brief, compact. You have to keep in mind what Shakespeare wrote in Hamlet. Brevity is the soul of wit. The wisdom is displayed by brevity. Precis, if it is succinct and brief, that is what the examiner is looking for. The third important characteristic of a Precis is that it is complete. Completeness. It is a thorough representation of the original passage. You have to make sure that all the important ideas, the entire thought which is there in the passage is communicated to the reader. Being brief does not mean that you have to compromise the entire idea. In fact, your goal is to communicate the entire idea of the passage in a briefer passage or a paragraph in the form of a Precis. You have to brush aside the irrelevancies, but you have to ensure that there is the major crux of the passage reflected in the Precis which you have written. So these three characteristics highlight that the Precis is a complete representation of the ideas or thoughts which are there in the original passage in briefer and more communicative language. These are the three primary major characteristics of a Precis. Even if you're not writing for CSS, anywhere when you'd be writing a Precis, these are the three characteristics that you have to look for. Then we come towards how the examiners evaluate this question. What are the marking categories? The marking categories can be primarily divided into two layers: the Precis and the title. The syllabus explicitly mentions that there are 15 marks for writing a Precis and 5 marks for the title. So first of all, we take a look at how these 15 marks are evaluated, or how these 15 marks are divided, what the examiners are looking for. Number one, the first marking category for writing a Precis is lexical resource. Number two, syntax. Number three, conciseness or concision. Number four, style. First of all, lexical resource. Lexical resource not only means that you have to have a wide range of vocabulary, but it also hints towards certain other areas which the examiners are considering when they are going through your Precis. Lexical resource means, number one, that a candidate avoids repetition. When there is repetition in a Precis of 7 or 8 lines, 10 or 12 lines, it means there are serious issues with the vocabulary of the candidate. You have to make sure that there is less or no repetition of words. There are certain indispensable, unavoidable words which you would be repeating, but avoid repetition for most of the words that you are using. Just consider it on general common grounds that if you come across a passage of 6 or 7 sentences and there is a repetition of a word for 3 or 4 times, there will be a question in your mind that there are some issues with the vocabulary of the writer. Because if there is repetition of a word in a passage of 6 or 7 sentences, then what would be the situation in an essay of 6 or 7 pages, or maybe 17 or 20 pages? So this becomes the ultimate test of your vocabulary as well. That's why I said that certain examiners can look towards Precis writing as the touchstone for relative marking in the entire paper, because it also provides a space to evaluate your vocabulary. So if there are certain issues with vocabulary, you can lose marks in Precis writing. But it's not only about avoiding repetition. If there are errors of spellings, it's also an issue related to lexical resource. Now you have to look at the word which I'm using here, or what the examiners are using, lexical resource. They're not using the word vocabulary. Vocabulary is a subdivision of lexical resource. Spelling is also a lexical resource. So if there are mistakes of spellings, you will lose marks for lexis or lexical resource. Thirdly, even the errors of prepositions fall into the category of lexical resource. You have to make sure that you know that how to use these parts of speeches, which are also the components of grammar, but they are words as well. So you must know how to use an appropriate word at the appropriate place, especially when you're writing a Precis. And if you master it in Precis writing, it improves your written expression as well. The second area which is considered by the examiners is syntax. Syntax means word order in a sentence. Words combine to form phrases, phrases combine to form clauses, clauses combine to form sentences. So if there are errors in this sentence sequence, which is generally taught as subject-verb-object sequence, but then there is more to sentence sequence, errors in syntax can also result in losing marks in Precis writing. Examiner considers even the errors of punctuations as a subcategory of syntax, because punctuations are essential when you're writing sentences. in the middle of a sentence and also at the end of a sentence. So if there are errors in syntax, you would lose marks. If there are errors of subordination and coordination, that is of subordinating conjunction or coordinating conjunction or subordinate clauses or coordinate clauses, the examiners will penalize you. So make sure that you don't lose marks because of these common grammatical errors. Third area is conciseness. Now, as we know that one of the major characteristics of Precis writing is being succinct or brief, so conciseness becomes one of the most significant categories, marking categories of the question of Precis writing. Conciseness means that there has to be no irrelevant and no invented material. I use two words, irrelevant and invented. Try to understand what is behind these two words. If you use irrelevant material, it means that there was something there in the original passage and you used it in the Precis, but it was not required because it was not central to the theme of the passage, which had to be brushed aside, but you used it in the Precis. Invented material means that it was not even there in the passage and you used it in the Precis. It is a more serious error. Both are serious because both would affect your Precis. One would mean that it's not a standard Precis. The other would mean, invented material would mean that it's not even a Precis. It's not at all a Precis because there is something else. There are greater chances that this error might occur. You have to be wary and careful about it. Because the scheme of the examination of CSS is that first you have to appear in the paper of English essay, which is the paper of extensive writing, elaborate writing. You have the freedom to speak your mind out, to speak your heart out. When you appear in the paper of English Precis and composition, if it's on the same day, you will only have a gap of 2 hours. So it's difficult to change your mode of thinking. You have to make sure that you change it because in essay you are doing extensive, elaborate writing. In the paper of English Precis and composition, especially in the question of Precis writing, you cannot include anything from your own. You have to do restricted, condensed and compact writing. Make sure that there is no irrelevant or invented material. Another aspect of conciseness is the limit of words. If the examiner has prescribed a specific length of words, then do not exceed that. Usually you will not get the number of words mentioned in the question paper. The examiner does not ask for a specific number of words, then you have to restrict it to 1/3 of the original passage. Restricting it to 1/3 means do not exceed the 1/3. If it is less than 1/3, doesn't matter. If the original passage is of 90 words, your Precis should be of 30 words. If the original passage is of 270 words, the Precis should be of 90 words. If the original passage is of 600 words, the Precis should be less than or of about 200 words. Do not exceed the 1/3. Less than 1/3, you're fine. So then you would be ensuring a major characteristic of brevity in your Precis. Fourth marking category is style. It is said, style is man. The way a writer writes reflects and represents his personality. When you're writing a Precis, when you're writing a summary, you have to make sure that you write in an expository style. Expository style means that your tone has to be logical and objective. When you're writing a Precis, there is no room for subjectivity. When you're writing a Precis, there is no room for being emotional. You have to write it in the same mode and tone and mood in which the writer has written it. So the style is expository style. It mustn't be narrative, it mustn't be argumentative or persuasive. It can turn out to be narrative if the original passage has some narration, as it was there in the Precis passage of 2016, but In a way, you are writing in an expository style because you are writing it in third person that someone else said this or someone else wrote it. So your style has to be expository. Secondly, your style has to be formal. The difference between formal and informal, to simplify it, can be discerned by two words which I'm going to write here, which are the auxiliaries or sometimes used as helping verbs. On one hand, if someone writes aren't. On the other hand, if someone writes are not. Aren't is informal. Are not is formal. When you're writing a précis, this one is incorrect. You have to write formal English. Inflectional negatives have no place in a précis. You have to use analytical negatives. Slang has no place as well. I must clarify that as well, because when you're watching movies or when you're watching some other forms of informal conversation, slang can also become a part of our language. There is no place for that when you're writing a précis. You have to use strictly formal language. Style also demands that the denotation and connotation in the original passage must be communicated in the same way, if it is central to the passage and if it is necessary to write it in the précis. For instance, we'll take an example. If one candidate, the original passage states, for instance, cutting the bushes, and if one candidate writes pruning the bushes, another candidate writes slashing at the bushes. Now both these are in a way saying the same thing, cutting the bushes. It was there in the original passage, but you have to understand the context. You have to understand that what is there in the original passage. The candidate who has written pruning the bushes, it means that the one who is cutting the bushes is beautifying them. But the candidate who has written slashing at the bushes, he means to say that someone who is cutting the bushes is deteriorating and misshaping the bushes. The connotation is entirely different. It depends upon the context that which one is correct. Both are replacements for cutting the bushes, but one is correct and the other is incorrect. You have to identify the style in which the original passage has been written, the connotation which the original passage has communicated, the context which is there in the original passage, which is summed up in the science of pragmatics in language. One meaning of pragmatic is practicality. In language, there is another word, pragmatics, which relates to context and the contextual meaning, which you need to consider. That has an impact on style, that what is the style of your writing. These are the 15 marks. The examiners are looking for these 4 areas when they consider the 15 marks of précis writing. Rest of the 5 marks are given to the title, which is another area of discussion. Précis writing requires a remarkable grip on part of the candidate on lexical resource. I repeat, on vocabulary, on spellings, and the placement of words. Syntax, sentence structure, phrases, clauses, subject-verb agreement. Subject-verb agreement, unfortunately, is a kind of a viral misery. Even those who know about the rules of subject-verb agreement, they are usually committing this error. Syntax is highly affected by that. Why it is affected? Because in English syntax, verb is the central word. Remove a verb and the entire sentence falls. Noun is not the basic word in English syntax. It is the verb which determines the type of sentence which we have written. So subject-verb agreement is also essential. Conciseness then. You have to be brief, compact, and complete when you are writing a précis In briefer words, you have to communicate the complete ideas. That is less than or the 1/3 of the original passage, or if there is any word length prescribed, you have to stick to it. The style has to be formal. You have to avoid informal style. You have to avoid inflectional negatives. You have to follow the tone of the writer, which is the author's tone. It is also combined together with expository style, that you cannot be emotional and you cannot bring your own personal whims into it. This is what the examiner looks for when the examiner is going through your Precis. A standard Precis is the goal of every CSS aspirant when it comes to the paper of English Precis and composition. A standard Precis has certain characteristics. Number one, a standard Precis gives leading thoughts. This is significant. You have to differentiate between leading thoughts and leading ideas and leading points. You are required to give leading thoughts and do not include leading points or do not focus on points. There is a difference between thoughts and points. Sometimes candidates feel that they have to include all the important points in a Precis. It's possible, it's probable that one idea might have 5 different points. Then you are not concerned with those points, you are concerned with thoughts and idea. You will then be focusing on a single thought and single idea. You don't have to focus on points. This makes it easier for you to write a Precis as well. Now, I'll further explain it with another word, all and the word whole. In a Precis, we focus on all, or whole. We do not focus on all. All means that we are still maintaining separate individual identities of every point. Whole means that we are creating a new identity by subsuming different points into one central idea. One central idea can have 10 different points. You will focus on one idea because you have to give the whole. If I'm standing in a class and I say, all of you, I mean that I am considering you as a group but still maintaining separate individual identities of my students. But when I say the whole class, it would mean that I have subsumed and combined all of you into a singular new identity, that is the identity of a class. This is the difference between all and whole. So when you are writing a Precis, you focus on the whole, you do not focus on all. You focus on thoughts, you do not focus on points. You have to focus on the leading ideas, leading thoughts instead of considering points, because this is a common error. Sometimes the CSS aspirants, they read the passage, they go to the rough work, rough page, or the last 2-3 pages where they are doing their rough work. They would enlist 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different points. And they start writing a Precis. The entire Precis becomes a kind of an essay on myself, which we used to write in our school days in class 1. My name is A, my father's name is B, my aim in life is C and XYZ. This is a disconnected, disjointed style of writing. It must not be a patchwork. It must be a connected whole. You must focus on the soul of the passage. The bones and flesh would combine with the soul to create an identity. If you only focus on bones and flesh, it would be a soulless dead body. Make sure that you focus on the whole. You do not focus on the all. And you have to write in your own words. Do not borrow from the passage. A standard Precis is always written in the words of the candidate, in your own words. You don't have to borrow. You must never try to borrow from the original passage. You must write in your own words. Along with that, it has to be in continuous prose. The example which I gave earlier of the essay written on myself, it is not in continuous prose. It is a patchwork. You must not be making a patchwork. You must be creating a more united form of writing which is like a more smoother fabric. Make sure that your précis is not a disjointed patchwork of sentences. There has to be a cause and effect relationship. One sentence should give birth to another sentence. One idea should be giving birth to another idea. Do not compromise on the quality of your work just for the sake of brevity. It makes précis writing challenging, more challenging than essay writing, because you have to make sure that your précis are well-connected wholes in lesser and fewer words containing a complete thought. But it is not that difficult. Once you start practicing it, it is a practice which you would enjoy as well, and it will improve your expression to an extent with which you can call yourself more eloquent and articulate writers. Now, this is what is required at the level of ideas. There is another layer which you need to consider. That is the layer of language, that you must write your précis in third person. The entire précis must reflect that this passage, the original passage is written by someone else, and this passage of précis is written by another writer who is just communicating the ideas of the original writer. You must write it in third person. There is also an easier way. You can begin your précis by stating the writer stated that. The writer posited that. The entire précis would change into a third person narration from the very beginning. And this is what examiners are looking for. In the examiner's report of 2016, examiners have quite explicitly mentioned that most of the candidates have failed to write in third person. Another area is that it has to be in past tense. Now, past tense, it is not necessary to write everything in past tense, because then there are certain universal truths. There are certain habitual facts that you need to consider. They cannot be converted into past, but most of the passage can be easily converted into past tense. You can easily change your entire précis tense from present to past, considering that if they are not habitual facts or universal truths. Once you do that, your précis would be a more presentable form of writing. But there is more to précis writing. There is more to précis writing in a way that there is less what you have to do, there is more you need to avoid. So what do you need to avoid when you are writing a précis? Number one, you need to avoid comments. Comments are a general word, so I would further elaborate that. Avoid amplifying. Do not exaggerate. Avoid agreement or disagreement. Do not agree or disagree. Write it as the writer has written. Do not criticize. Do not blame. And do not praise. Précis writing is a highly objective style of writing. If you amplify it, if you agree or disagree, if you criticize, if you blame or praise, it is not the presentation of what the writer said, it's your own comment on that. Avoid doing these. Along with that, you also have to make sure that you avoid colloquial expressions, which are a part of spoken communication, but they cannot be considered as a part of more formal written communication. colloquial expressions, a common example is the word a lot. A lot is quite suited to spoken communication. When we are communicating generally, a lot would be a word which we often use. But when we are writing and when we are making sure that it's a formal piece of writing, a lot is not a suitable word. There are many other words which you can use, such as the word many, several, diverse, different. So we have an array of options which we can use instead of that word a lot. So why to go for a more colloquial word? Go for more formal words in your writing. And still there is more to avoid. Avoid examples. Do not include examples. Avoid illustrations. If there are examples and illustrations in the original passage, exclude them and just focus on that idea which is proved by those examples, such as we might take a sentence that if war has not been waged by the Europeans in the beginning of the 20th century, the world would have been a peaceful place to live. For example, if the Duke in Serbia had not been murdered, the relationships between European states wouldn't have been strained, and maybe France and Germany could have improved their relationships as neighbors. Now, the example here has to be excluded, and your focus would still remain on the idea that if the war had not been waged in Europe, the world would have been a peaceful place. Now you need to just condense this idea in your own words. You have to exclude that the example of the Duke in Serbia and the relationships of France and Germany. You also need to avoid figures of speech. Figures of speech such as metaphors, similes, synecdoches, metonymies, personification, they do not have a place in a précis. If one writes, he was as brave as a lion, this is incorrect for a précis. It is better if the candidate had written, he was brave or he was courageous. A simile is not suited to précis writing. Any figure of speech which is in access to the more important information which has to be communicated must be excluded and avoided. You also have to avoid the word I. Like a saint, you have to forget yourself and think about the entire world objectively. The word I does not suit to précis writing. Avoid using the word I. Using the word I would mean that you have written anything but a précis. A précis has no space of any subjectivity. You must never be subjective when you are writing a précis. You have to make sure that the précis that you write is an objective presentation of the writer's ideas. Then an important area which you have to consider is the development of writer's thought. That how a writer has developed the passage. The sequence in which the writer develops the thought, you have to make sure that the passage follows, the précis follows the same sequence. Development of writer's thought is essential. Try not to break that sequence. The way, the sequence in which the writer develops his thought is integral to the passage. It builds the emotion in the passage. It builds the argument in the passage. It builds the entire message which is communicated by the passage. So you have to make sure that there is no change in that sequence which the writer has tried to introduce. Précis writing has another important area which is finding a title. Title deals with the central theme, which is at the core of the original passage. When we are finding a title, we need to consider the main idea in the passage, the central theme. We also have to consider certain sub-ideas as well, which have contributed to the scheme of the entire passage. Title can be easier to identify if you focus on certain significant sentences in the passage. Every paragraph has a topic sentence. In fact, the paragraphs are written in two different patterns. One is a pyramid sequence or a pyramid pattern in which the first sentence is a topic sentence. When I say the topic sentence, it means that this is the sentence which introduces the idea of a paragraph. Remember, one paragraph, one idea. That idea is there in the topic sentence. In a pyramid pattern, the first sentence is the topic sentence. The other style of writing a paragraph is an inverted pyramid. In an inverted pyramid, the last sentence is the topic sentence. Sometimes we can have an inverse movement in a paragraph. First, there is an idea discussed in the previous paragraph, and the next paragraph is a continuation of the idea in the previous paragraph, and slowly and gradually it narrows down to the main idea. So the main idea can be either in the opening sentence or the closing sentence. Now, considering the pyramid pattern, in the pyramid pattern, the last sentence is a concluding statement. Sometimes it can be a transition as well. In an inverted pyramid, the first sentence is a transition. However, in the middle, we always have supporting details. So, the supporting details mean that they are supporting any main idea, which is either at the end of the paragraph or it is at the beginning of the paragraph. Usually, the commonly observed pattern is the pyramid pattern. But in case if you get another sequence as well, so you should know that the main idea is either in the first sentence or in the last sentence. How would you know that where it is? You can easily relate it to the idea which is being communicated in the supporting details or in the middle of the passage. So identify the topic sentence. If there is one paragraph, it becomes easier. But sometimes you can have multiple paragraphs in the question paper and then you have to find it. So it is still not that difficult. Try to identify different topic sentences. I write it here in brackets so it's clear to you that if a single paragraph, then you have to identify one topic sentence. But if there are multiple, so you have to identify topic sentences. It means one topic sentence for each paragraph. Each paragraph will have a topic sentence. After identifying the topic sentences, try to find the common ground. Find the common ground which is in almost every topic sentence or in every paragraph. Relate these topic sentences. That common ground would be the main theme of the entire passage, which might be scattered in several paragraphs. You also need to consider that you have to write a précis in single paragraph. Even if the original passage has 10 paragraphs, your précis has to be in a single paragraph. This is also significant that your opening sentence of the précis will also be a topic sentence. So the main idea which you determine by reading the entire passage has to be communicated in the first sentence of your précis. So one way to identify is by identifying topic sentences or by generally discerning what is the main idea or sub-ideas. A title can be a single word. A title can be a sentence. A title can be a phrase. It can be a clause. It is better if you go for briefer, shorter titles. a word or a phrase would be a better option if you are going for that, but depends upon the theme that is there. Title can be borrowed. You can borrow a title. When you're writing a précis, it's not advisable that you borrow from the passage, but for the title you can borrow. You can easily borrow words or phrases, and then you can even modify them. A title can also be a proverb. It can be an idiom. You might use certain quotations. These proverbs, idioms, quotations can be used if they are relevant to the main theme. If they are not relevant, then no need to use them. You can even modify these titles. I'd give you an example. The passage from 2017. In that passage, it was taken from Bertrand Russell's work In Praise of Idleness. In that passage, the writer communicates that if the world leaders had been idle and dull, there would have been no war. The problems in the world are created not by activity, not by idleness, but by activity. Activity is the root of all evils. This was the main message which was communicated in the passage. The title for that passage can be even borrowed from a proverb, and you can modify that as well. It's just an example to clarify that how can we modify proverbs. A commonly known proverb is that an idle mind is a devil's workshop. But as the passage is communicating that activity is the root of evil, we can give a title, an active mind is a devil's workshop. Here we modified a proverb in relation with the theme and the idea that was communicated in the passage. So you can use proverbs, idioms, quotations from the passage and also outside the passage. So within and without the passage you can use them. You can even modify them. You can borrow from the passage. You can also use sentences, phrases, clauses or words, but the main goal is that it has to be related to the main idea, the sub-idea, and most importantly, you also need to consider the topic sentences which would make it easier for you to communicate. For instance, if we take the example of a passage from 2014. In 2014, the opening sentence of the passage focused upon one thing, that is the survival of modern man. This was at the center of the opening sentence, the survival of modern man. So this becomes a kind of a core around which the entire passage has to revolve. The survival of modern man was linked to different things. But you have to consider this, that whatever is related to the survival of modern man, that would be the core which you need to consider when you are giving the title. Then the survival of modern man was linked to another important sequence that you have to consider in the passage, that was of empathy. Empathy was also related to intellect. Another pillar was introduced, that was the pillar of morality. A combination of all these was to ensure the survival of modern man. Then the passage further continues by highlighting three different institutions. Two institutions failed according to the passage of 2014. It indicated the failure of religious institutions. It also indicated the failure of pragmatic institutions, that is, utilitarian institutions. And then it pinges its hopes on educational institutions. But all that is discussed in relation to survival of modern man. That how modern man can survive in the contemporary era. A combination of empathy, intellect, morality, and then the failure of these two institutions has put the burden on educational institutions. This is the entire scheme of the Precis, of the question on Precis writing, the passage which was given in the paper of 2014. So once you identify all these areas, it becomes easier for you to give a title. Still, there were phrases in the original passage. For instance, there was one word, empathic capacity. You could have used that word to give a title, because it relates to, and you could have linked empathic capacity to survival of modern man, because it is there at the center or the core of the passage. You could have also identified the relationship which is there between morality, empathy, and intellect. A general sort of a clause could have been survival of modern man through empathic growth of intellect. Another phrase which was used in the passage of 2014 was social morality. That could have also been used in relation to survival of the modern man. So when you're going through passages, you have to consider the central theme and then the subsidiary ideas which contribute to the central theme. This central theme and these subsidiary ideas will provide you a scheme according to which you can provide a title. This also provides you the pattern in which you have to develop your entire Precis. So when you are trying to practice, you have to focus on the topic sentences, the central theme, the sub-ideas in relation to the development of writer's thought, different categories which the writer has tried to bring to fore in the passage, and then try to give a title from within or without the passage. The second most important question in the paper of English Precis and composition is reading comprehension. Reading comprehension passages, or abbreviated as RCs, are there to test your, first of all, reading skills and then your writing skills. Reading comprehension passage has to be dealt with in a little different manner if we compare it to the question of Precis writing. There are still certain similarities and there are stark differences. A reading comprehension passage uses the word comprehension, which we need to consider. There are two words in English language. We have the word understanding, and we also have the word comprehending. Understanding is a mental or emotional process of grasping information. Comprehending is a deeper and fuller realization. We might consider it as the upper tier of understanding. Understanding is at the superficial level. Comprehending is at the deeper level of the passage. Understanding deals with denotation only. Comprehension deals with connotation as well, with both denotation and connotation. Understanding is only reading the lines. Comprehension is reading between the lines as well. Understanding is getting the meaning of the language. Comprehension is searching for the meaning behind the meaning of the language, or searching for the ideas behind the meaning of the language. One might understand the language and still fail to comprehend the meaning. So the question is named as reading comprehension. You have to comprehend the idea at the deeper level. This is an ultimate test of your reading skills. Reading can be tested in two ways. There can be questions related which are testing reading for meaning. There can be questions which are evaluating reading for ideas. In the paper of English Precis and composition, reading comprehension passage can do both. Reading for meaning deals with a more literal sense. You can get questions in which there are certain words and you have to identify their meanings. As I take you back to the paper of 2016, in reading comprehension question of 2016, there was a question in which they had given five different words, and they asked the candidates to identify their meaning from the passage. The words were not there in the passage. They asked the readers and the candidates to identify their meaning from the passage. Once they identified the meaning, it depends how they performed and they got the marks. It was one of the questions. So you can get certain questions, they are related to literal. You can also get questions which are more contextual in nature. That they might give you words from the passage and then you have to identify their meaning or something which is closer to their meaning in area of use. Reading for meaning is dealing with denotation, or there will be questions which are at the superficial level of the passage. Reading for ideas is a little different. In reading for ideas question, you might be asked to evaluate something. The question can deal with inference as well, that what do you infer from the passage. These questions can deal with connotation as well. That what is being connotated, or what is there behind the words, or what is the meaning if we read between the lines. So we might get questions of evaluative nature, inferential in nature, dealing with connotation, or we might get some questions explicitly dealing with superficial meaning or denotation or literal and contextual. In this way, a reading comprehension passage can test both reading for meaning and reading for ideas. You have to be prepared for both when you're attempting questions of reading comprehension. You might get 4 questions, you might get 5 questions, depending upon the will of the examiner. Each question might carry 4 or 5 marks. Accordingly, they will be dividing 20 marks of the paper. So this was about kinds of reading. Now what you need to do, or what you need to focus upon when you're dealing with reading comprehension. First of all, you have to grasp the meaning of the passage. Secondly, you have to understand the question. And thirdly, you must be able to interpret it. That is interpretation, because you would be interpreting the passage in relation to the question. These are the 3 things which you have to keep in mind when you are attempting a reading comprehension question or a passage. Reading comprehension passage can include different type of passages. Passage types can be varied as writers. You might get passages which are related to social sciences. You might get passages related to pure or natural sciences. There can be passages which are related to art and philosophy. Certain passages might be related to pure literature. Passages related to business or economy. This does not mean that you have to require explicit knowledge over these areas. You must have the ability to comprehend which is there in the passage. No need of any background knowledge. They will be giving you passages which are easier to follow if you have good reading skills. So if you have a background of social sciences and you're reading a passage related to natural sciences, it has nothing to do with your background knowledge. It is only dealing with your reading comprehension ability, that how do you comprehend the idea which is there. If you have a background of natural sciences and you're dealing with a passage related to art or literature or philosophy, that must not have an effect on the answers or the responses that you're giving. You must consider the passage at hand. If you have good reading skills, you will comprehend the passage easily. Even passages on business and economy or any other area do not require any background knowledge. It has nothing to do with your background knowledge. It only deals with the reading skills that you possess. Different passages might have different tones. The tones can be as varied in nature as there are writers in passages. The tones can be factual. The tone can be emotional. The tone of the passage can be highly intellectual. The tone in the passage can be highly inferential as well. You have to identify the tone as well. Once you identify the tone, the meaning of the passage becomes clearer to you and you can easily grasp the meaning of the passage. Then, when you're dealing with different form of passages, you can consider different forms of readings to improve your skill. If you're willing to improve your skills in almost all the areas, there can be certain readings that you can go through. Certain literary essayists would be better options, such as Bertrand Russell. In that way, you can easily interpret philosophical passages because you would be in the habit of reading them. Competitive Success Review India, which is easily available on the internet, is a better form of reading to improve your reading skills on business, economy, and social science passages. Similarly, the Press Review Pakistan. By going through those passages, you can easily improve your skills on business, economy, or current affairs related passages, or political passages, or passages which are dealing with certain political issues. International Science Journal. You can read passages from that and you can improve your skills for comprehending passages which are related to sciences. So if you go through different forms of reading, it becomes easier for you to comprehend and grasp the meaning of the passage which is there in the question paper. Then you also have to remember an abbreviation which I am using here, TAPE. T here means the type of passage. I identify the text type. A here means the aim of the writer. That what is the aim of the writer or whom the passage is aimed at. The purpose of the passage as well. That what is the purpose? Why the writer has written this passage. And the effect. That what is the effect of the passage. T-A-P-E, tape. Type of the text, whom the passage is aimed at, what is the purpose of the writer, and what is the effect of the passage. Type of the passage can be varied. It can be a recount. Consider the Precis passage or the question of Precis writing of the paper in 2016. That was a recount. That can be an example of recount. There are certain passages which inform. Consider the comprehension passage of 2014. It provides information and it also analyzes. There is also analysis. So there can be passages which analyze. Consider there are certain passages which are literary in nature. In 2017, the comprehension passage was highly literary in nature. There are certain passages which are persuasive. and there are also passages which are argumentative. Determine the type. Once you determine the type of the passage, it becomes easier for the reader to identify the hidden meaning in the passage. So, these are the different types which are there. Whom the passage is aimed at. It means the target audience for whom the writer has written. There would be certain passages which would be universal in nature. There will be certain passages which would be addressing a specific group or a special section in society. Try to determine what is the target audience, whom the passage is aimed at. The purpose can depend on the type. Is it analytical? Is it to analyze? Is it to persuade? Is it to inform? Is it to prove a point? It all depends on the type of the passage. The effect can have two categories: rational and emotional. If the writer has created a feeling or a transformation of feelings in you, it means it has an emotional effect. If the writer has elevated your thoughts or coaxed you into thinking, the effect is rational. It depends on the tone and the purpose of the writer. So you have to identify the type, the aim, the purpose, and also the effect of the passage. Effect should be identified explicitly and precisely so that you can easily answer questions, because there are certain questions which are evaluative in nature, or there are certain questions which are inferential in nature. They mostly deal with the effect of the passage. So you must be able to comprehend them as well in clarity. In a reading comprehension passage, you get questions of different nature. These questions can be related to main idea. You might get a question in which the examiner might ask about the main idea of the passage. That what is the core or central idea that has been communicated. You can also get questions related to the purpose of the passage, that what was the purpose of the writer. Main idea deals with the theme. Purpose, these questions deal with the goal of the writer, that what was the writer trying to accomplish. There are certain questions which are evaluative in nature as well. That what do you think about a specific idea which has been communicated in the passage. There are questions which are related to inference, that what have you inferred. The examiner here wants to see that how much you have comprehended which is there behind the passage, that what do you infer from the passage. And there would be certain questions which are quite literary in nature, or literal meaning as well. They would be dealing with literally the meaning of the passage, or the literal meaning of the passage. We can call it the literal meaning to simplify it. So the questions can be varied, and you have to be vigilant enough to identify the purpose of the question which has been asked. You should be able to answer them in accordance with the demand of the paper. An important aspect that you need to consider is that there would be certain questions which would require a repetition of any other answer in the answer of a passage. For example, if we consider one question asks about line number 3 or 4, question 2 is asking about it again. But it won't be asking about line 3 or 4 only. It might also be asking about another line number 5 as well, in addition to line number 3 and 4. Or it might be asking about half of line 3 and 4. So there is no harm in repeating if the question demands it. because every question is a separate question. Do not worry about it in relation to another question, because every question should be dealt with separately. Another important aspect of reading comprehension passages is to ensure speed reading. First of all, you do not have to read it too quickly, because you have ample amount of time when it comes to reading comprehension in CSS examinations. You can easily allocate 30 to 40 minutes to a reading comprehension passage, and still you will have enough time to attempt rest of the paper. Still, there are times when you need to read in speed because one reading wouldn't suffice for it. There are different ways to tackle that. One way is known as skimming. The other is known as scanning. Skimming and scanning can be done in different ways. Skimming can be a pre-reading technique. That is, before reading the passage, you can skim through it and afterwards read the entire passage. So before giving a complete reading, you have some sense of the passage. It can also be a technique of previewing, that is after reading, that once you have read the complete passage and afterwards you are skimming it just to recall what was there in the passage. Same can be said about scanning, but there is a difference between these two. We skim when we are looking for an idea. We scan when we are looking for a specific word or number. It is said that if someone has mastered skimming, he can easily skim 1,000 words in a minute. And if someone has mastered scanning, he or she can easily scan 1,500 words in a minute. But you must know the purpose of skimming and scanning. When we are looking for ideas, we skim through the lines and identify the idea that we are looking for. And when we are looking for a word and a number, then we scan through the passage and look for that word and number that we want to include in our answers, or if we are looking for it only. A better way is that first read the questions. Read the questions first. Once you have read the questions, you know the demand of the examiner. After that, give a reading to the passage. Read the passage in entirety before answering any of the question, because there can be certain questions which would be dealing with the passage in entirety. So, read the questions and afterwards read the entire passage. Then go to the last page or the rough work page and try to identify the major ideas. And try to establish relationship with each question. As you have read the question first, so you would know that, okay, where you can fit in which idea. Then skim the passage. Skimming would then help you indicate those ideas which the examiner is asking for. Or if the examiner is asking for any specific word or number, then scan the passage. Because you have and as you have read the questions, so when you would be giving a first reading, so you would be in a position to pinpoint or indicate or highlight those sentences where you can easily find the answers. Skimming and scanning are some of the common techniques which are used. But for practice, there is another technique. That technique is of making predictions. Predict when you are reading. Whenever you are reading, try to predict what is to follow. If you are reading a newspaper, an editorial, or any book that you are reading, try to predict. If your prediction is right, it means that you have understood and comprehended the idea which you have already read. But if the prediction is incorrect, it also means that you have not followed the idea which was there in the previous lines or sentences or paragraphs before predicting. So then you can easily go back. This would make you a better reader. When you will be reading the comprehension passage in the examination hall, you can apply the same practice technique which you have been applying through your practice days, your preparation days, So when your prediction is correct, it means that you have comprehended the idea, and if it is incorrect, it means you have to reread the previous sentences as well. Along with making predictions, another thing that you need to consider is that you have to identify the images that are drawn by the, or that are displayed or that are portrayed by the writer. These images can be different. A writer can provide certain visual images. A writer can also incorporate certain oral or auditory images. There can be gustatory images or olfactory images or tactile images or kinesthetic images. Visual images relate to sight. For example, if a writer uses some colors, they hint towards certain emotions, or they might be wanting the reader to visualize it to understand the meaning that is being communicated. Certain sounds can be linked to meanings as well, or just to the general meaning which is communicated. For example, if we have a word swish, whiz, these are onomatopoeic words, or the word boom, bang, and then the word splash. All these words have different oral images. These are onomatopoeic words. Onomatopoeia is a technique used by poets. So these are oral images. There can be olfactory images relating or pertaining to the sense of smell, gustatory images pertaining to the sense of taste, tactile images pertaining to the sense of touch, and kinesthetic images pertaining to the sense of movement. These images are highly significant. I'll take an example from an essay written by Sir Winston Spencer Churchill, and he wrote it on Lenin, one of his ideological opponents in the world, as Lenin was leading the communist bloc and Churchill had adhered to capitalist bloc in England and Lenin was in Soviet Union. So there was a stark ideological difference. So the essay Lenin, the part of Churchill's work, The Aftermath, has some significant visual images. Churchill uses the image of the color red. Right in the center of the essay, he says that Lenin saw the world through a prism and the prism was red. When he was implying that the prism was red, before that he had also mentioned that Lenin had been constantly haunted by the thought of his brother's execution by the Tsarist regime. So the blood of Lenin's brother was always at the back of Lenin's mind. So he saw the world through a prism which was tainted by the blood of his brother. The world through the red prism was always colored in red. Later on, he continues to discuss how many deaths or how many executions occurred during the communist revolution. Again, a reminder of the color red. In the beginning, he had referred to Lenin as the one who translated the faith of Karl Marx into actions and ensured the application of Communist Manifesto, indicating towards the red flag of the communist revolution. So that one visual image, if there was an avid and a vigilant reader, he would have easily associated the image red with so many instances which were there in the essay. So these images are highly significant. You have to identify different images, visual, oral, olfactory, gustatory, kinesthetic, and other images that would help you understand the meaning of the passage. Then there are certain things that you need to avoid when you are attempting a comprehension passage or when you are going through certain questions and trying to answer them. One thing that you have to avoid is subjectivity. do not be subjective. If you are subjective, it means that you are not answering from the passage. In fact, you are answering from your own knowledge, which is your background knowledge. But there can be certain questions which would specifically ask for subjective answers. Then you can give certain answers which are based on your subjective opinions. While practicing, you need to avoid something. Do not memorize. Because if you are in the habit of memorizing, it would render you incapable of comprehending any task at hand. Never try to memorize. It would impede your comprehension ability. I say do not memorize when it is about practicing comprehension. Thirdly, you also have to make sure that you understand the development of writer's thought, that how the passage has developed. Identify the writer's thought. Once you identify the writer's thought and the development sequence, it becomes easier for you to answer certain questions. You have to make sure that you do not vocalize your reading. Vocalizing is not allowed. Vocalizing means that you are pronouncing and producing the sound of each and every syllable when you're reading. It means that you're only using 20% of your reading speed. You're not talking to someone when you're reading. So do not produce the sound of each and every syllable. These words are just codes, so decode them in your mind. So practice reading in such a way that you do not vocalize each and every syllable. If you vocalize syllables, it affects your reading speed. So for comprehension passages, you have to make sure that you have a satisfactory reading speed. You can identify the images. You can evaluate, infer the superficial and also the in-depth meaning of the passage, and you are also in a position to identify both the literal meaning and the implicit meaning of the passage. Do not worry about time, as you can easily allocate 30 to 40 minutes to Precis and comprehension and reading and composition each, and still you will have enough time to attempt rest of the paper. But practice is the key. Without practicing, you cannot improve your reading comprehension abilities. Read, read, and read, so that you can be more articulate communicators. Being an avid reader guarantees success not only in the paper of English Precis and composition, but also success in every sphere of life. Pausing points. Pausing points include a comma, a semicolon, and a colon. These pausing points are versatile and varied, especially a comma. A comma is perhaps the most versatile punctuation. A comma can be used as a mathematical device. A comma is also used as an instrument of stylistics. A comma is also a grammatical device. It also serves literary purposes. Therefore, a misuse or a non-usage of a comma can interestingly send your entire sentence into a coma. So, a candidate must be vigilant and judicious enough to apply a comma. A comma can change the entire meaning of a sentence. First of all, we'll consider the mathematical usage of a comma. A comma, as we have learned that we have to insert a comma after thousands and after millions, as taught in the basic mathematic or arithmetic rules. So, the usage of comma with integers is the part of basic schooling. However, if any number is used as an address, For instance, if we have an address which has 4 digits, 1327, consider it as a house number, then we will not insert a comma after the number 1, as generally we will be using in the case of integers, because we have to use a comma after 1000. Therefore, a candidate must be aware of it, that if we are using certain numbers as addresses, then the mathematical rule would not apply to it. A comma is also used with geographic references. Now, we use it as a listing instrument or as a listing device in every list, but geographic references are interesting. In a geographic reference, if we create a list of geographic locations, cities, countries, continents, or any other geographic reference, in these lists we have to make sure that after the last geographic reference we have to insert a comma. We will take an example. The mayor of Athens was the last guest to arrive. The mayor of New York, Georgia, and Virginia were also present. In this sentence, we have to insert a comma after Virginia. This is the last geographic reference, but we must introduce a comma to separate the geographic references from rest of the sentence that is to follow. However, if the geographic reference comes right at the end of a sentence, then we have to use a full stop only, then we do not require a comma. The reason for that is because we have already finished a sentence, therefore, there is no need to separate the geographic reference from any other part. The purpose of this comma with geographic references is that we separate geographic references from rest of the sentence. This is how modern canons of English grammar discuss the usage of comma with geographic listing or geographic references in the list form. Another interesting application of a comma, which is quite evident here, is that we have used a comma before and. It is an undying myth in English grammar that we cannot use a comma before and. This comma has a specific name. We call it an Oxford comma. Or a serial comma. In American English, it is also referred to as Howard comma. Oxford comma is used for ensuring clarity and formality in a sentence. For instance, if someone writes, "He appeared in the papers of sociology, microeconomics, and macroeconomics, and language and linguistics." Without punctuations, this becomes an interesting sentence. He appeared in the papers of sociology, microeconomics and macroeconomics, and language and linguistics. we do not know where we have used and as the sign of a plus because it is combining two objects or words, and where and is used to introduce the last object in the list. Now, if I introduce a comma here, it would mean that microeconomics and macroeconomics is the name of a single subject. Language and linguistics is also the name of a single subject. This and is used to introduce the last element or object in the list. So this comma ensured clarity. Therefore, an Oxford comma or serial comma is used often to introduce clarity. Modern grammarians also hold that it is better to use an Oxford comma or a serial comma before and. It will always ensure clarity. So this is an undying myth in English grammar that we cannot use a comma before and. So you have to shun this belief and practice the usage of Oxford comma as well. Another usage of a comma is with the case of relative pronouns. Two interesting relative pronouns, that and which. I repeat, I am referring to that here as a relative pronoun because that can also be used as a conjunction. If we are using that and if we are using which, these two words have a significant impact on the meaning. I also understand that many of you have been using these two words more arbitrarily. That if you want to use that, you will use that without even realizing that it has an effect on a sentence. That is basically a restrictive pronoun, which is a non-restrictive pronoun. That refers to a subset of a category which is under discussion, which considers everything under consideration. We'll take two sentences. John's cars that are leased are never kept clean. We write the same sentence, but we change the pronoun. John's cars which are leased are never kept clean. In this sentence, the word which changes the entire meaning. Here we have to use a comma. And if we use a comma before which, then we also have to use a comma after leased because then it becomes a complete relative clause. The reason is, when we write John's cars that are leased are never kept clean, we are trying to communicate to the reader that those cars which are taken on lease by John are dirty, but there are some other cars as well which are kept clean and they are not on lease. But when we write John's cars which are leased, it means that all the cars that John owns, they are on lease, they are kept dirty, and John does not take care of these. There is an entire change of possession and belonging by the usage of the word that and which. So when you are using the word that, it means that you are considering a subcategory. As here, we considered a subcategory of John's cars that are the cars that are on lease. Here, if we remove the clause which are leased, we can also write the sentence, John's cars are never kept clean. John's cars are never kept clean would have the same meaning as John's cars which are leased are never kept clean. Because which are leased is a non-essential information. The writer thought that even if the reader knows, it is better that we should inform in case if the reader does not know that all his cars are on lease, the reader would discover that his cars are on lease. But the basic information was that all the cars that John owns are never kept clean, or John's cars are dirty. So which are leased was non-essential information, therefore that was separated with the help of a comma. By this we come to another category, that is the usage of a comma with non-essential information. Non-essential information is that information which is generally considered to be all-knowing, or general public is aware of that, or maybe the reader is aware of that. For instance, if someone says, I'll give the document to my brother Tom, there can be two cases. The speaker has only one brother Tom. There can be another case that the speaker has more than one brother, Tom, John, or Jack, or many other. If the speaker has only one brother, then the name Tom is non-essential. In that case, it is better to use a comma before the name Tom. It is better that the writer uses a comma before Tom because it is non-essential. Because the sentence could have been communicated, I'll give the document to my brother. But still, the writer thought that maybe if the reader does not know, he'll tell the reader that his brother's name is Tom, but the comma would also communicate something else, that the writer or the speaker has only one brother. If there is no comma, the meaning would be communicated as the writer has more than one brother. I'll give the document to my brother Tom, then letting the reader know the name of his brother was essential. There is another example. For instance, if someone says, Hawthorne's novel, Fanshawe, was published anonymously. In that case, we will not use a comma before Fanshawe or after Fanshawe, because Hawthorne has written many other novels such as The Scarlet Letter, etc. But if the sentence was, Hawthorne's first novel, Fanshawe, was published anonymously, in that case the name Fanshawe was non-essential, because he has obviously one first novel. But still, if the writer wanted the reader to know that what was the name of the first novel of Hawthorne, he can write the name, but he has to separate it with the help of a comma on both sides, because that is non-essential information. So non-essential information must be separated with the help of commas on both sides, because it is understood that that information is probably known by the reader or anyone who is intended as the addressee. A semicolon, another pausing point. It is stronger than a comma and weaker than a full stop. A semicolon can be used in compound sentences. With that, we'll also discover the usage of a comma in a compound sentence. In a compound sentence, we have two independent clauses. These independent clauses can be combined in two ways. For example, the upperclassmen are permitted off-campus lunch but the underclassmen must remain on campus. Full stop. In this sentence, we have combined two independent clauses by using a coordinating conjunction. And before the coordinating conjunction, we have used a comma. However, we can also have another situation when we do not use a coordinating conjunction. Then the sentence would be, the upperclassmen are permitted off-campus lunch and afterwards we'll introduce a semicolon and write the underclassmen must remain on campus, full stop. Here we used a semicolon. A semicolon replaced or substituted or supplanted a comma along with a coordinating conjunction. A coordinating conjunction and a comma combined together can be substituted by a semicolon when we are combining two independent clauses. Another usage of a semicolon is if the second independent clause illustrates or explains the first independent clause. For example, if we write, I have less time to learn the language, and after the semicolon, the next sentence says, my new job commences in 2 weeks. Full stop. Here, the second clause is letting us know the reason of having less time. So, a semicolon indicates that the second clause illustrates the reason for the situation there in the first independent clause. So, these are the two major uses of a semicolon. The third usage can be a semicolon as a super comma. A super comma means that if we have multiple commas in a single sentence, and as in spoken communication, if we take several short pauses, these short pauses would be followed by a longer pause. So, if we use 7 or 8 commas in a single sentence, so after 4 or 5 commas, the introduction of a semicolon would be that longer pause which gives you a license for several other shorter pauses or several other commas. So, this is the third usage of a semicolon, but the two major usages are, one as a substitute or a replacement of a coordinating conjunction and the comma between two independent clauses or in a compound sentence. Another usage is if the second clause illustrates the first clause. The third pausing point is a colon. A colon can be used to introduce lists. For example, the bookstore specializes in art, history, economics, and geography. This sentence can be written in another way as well. The bookstore specializes in these subjects: art, history, economics, and geography. In this sentence, we introduced a list in the previous sentence we have a list but we did not introduce it. The reason is that in the second sentence we named the category of that list. We named the category as subjects, but in the first sentence we did not name the category. So the usage of a colon here would have been incorrect because we have not named the category. So whenever we are introducing a list, we have to consider the introduction of the name of the list, and after that we can introduce a list. Another thing that we need to remember is that if we are introducing a list in several sentences, here we had the list in a single sentence. So we started the list with a small letter, art with a small a. But if the list continues in more than one sentence, then we have to start the list with a capital letter, because the usage of the capital letter would communicate to the reader that the list continues in several sentences. So we need to be careful while using a colon for the introduction of a list. A colon is also used for emphasis. For instance, if we take a sentence, after 3 weeks of deliberation, the jury reached a verdict, colon, guilty. The word guilty has been emphasized by the usage of the colon. We can read this sentence again. After 3 weeks of deliberation, the jury reached a verdict, guilty. The emphasis is on the word guilty. Emphasis can also be on phrases or clauses, so we can use a colon before that as well. But for emphasis, we have another punctuation, that is an M dash. An M dash is longer than a hyphen, and that M dash can be used for emphasis too. So we could have replaced a colon with the M dash, and it would have still communicated the meaning of emphasis. These are some of the major punctuations that you need to remember when preparing for English Précis and Compositions paper. Today's topic is punctuations, one of the most significant but ignored areas in English grammar. Most of the candidates consider that punctuations are restricted only to the 5 marks question in English Précis and Composition. But the reality is punctuations contribute almost to each and every aspect of English writing. Either it is elaborate, extensive writing, or you are doing condensed, compact writing, because every sentence has a punctuation. First of all, you need to understand what is the function of punctuations. Punctuations serve the same purpose which stresses, intonations and pauses serve in spoken communication. But when we are writing, there are no stresses, intonations or pauses. We have to use certain punctuations to communicate to the reader with clarity what we are trying to say and where we are going to take pauses or where we are not going to take pauses, or where the pause is the shorter one, or certain punctuations would not only indicate pauses, stresses or intonations, there would be punctuations which would also indicate certain grammatical categories such as inflections, or they might contribute to the meaning such as apostrophes. Punctuations are highly significant, and for that I am going to write 2 sentences, and these sentences would clarify to you that what is the significance of punctuations in a sentence. What a beautiful scene. Without punctuation, Again, what a beautiful scene without punctuation. But if I insert a punctuation here, that is the exclamation mark, I am going to pronounce the first sentence as, what a beautiful scene, because this exclamation mark communicates admiration, wonder, and the emotion which is associated with that sentence. But if I change the punctuation here and insert it after the word what and use a full stop at the end, I'm not changing any word, but the meaning changes entirely. Now, if someone is speaking, he or she would say, what? A beautiful scene. Here we are raising a question. In the first sentence, we are expressing admiration, wonder, emotion is associated with that sentence. This is the significance of punctuations in written language or in any form of written communication. Whenever we are using orthography, orthographic script, by that I mean written codes and symbols. Consider each and every word and letter as a symbol. Similarly, these punctuations are also used as symbols. So whenever the reader is trying to decode your written communication is incomplete without these symbols. So you use these codes to ensure clarity, as there are different codes in mathematics. You also have to consider this fact that mathematics is also a language, that is an artificial language. English language or any other language which we use for general communication, these are natural languages. And still in written communication, we use symbols and codes. So these are essential codes of written communication which you need to consider when you're writing. Another significant fact is that if there are errors of punctuations in your written script, most of the examiners would consider it as an affront or an insult of the examiner or the reader. Those who are adept at English language, they would always feel affronted or insulted by the non-usage or misuse of a punctuation. The reason for that is because when someone who understands the significance of punctuations, and if he or she is going through the written piece which has improper or no usage of punctuation, it communicates that the reader has not been given respect by the writer because the writer did not consider it necessary enough to use appropriate punctuations to ensure clarity. The writer was only interested in writing whatever he was thinking or she was thinking, but he or she was not interested in making sure that the reader understands it with clarity. So punctuations will contribute to the 5 marks question separately. Punctuations are also significant in the question of sentence correction, and punctuations, if properly used, they will improve your written expression for the question of Precis writing, comprehension answers, translation, direct and indirect narration, and even in essay writing. So you will become a more compact, articulate, and eloquent writer if you are using punctuations appropriately. We have to consider punctuations broadly in 2 different categories: terminal points and pausing points. These are the 2 broad divisions of punctuations. Terminal points are those punctuations which can be used at the end of sentences to terminate a sentence, to end a sentence. We know that there are different categories of sentences. If we consider the categories with reference to meaning, then we have declarative, imperative, interrogative, and exclamatory sentences. If we consider sentences with reference to the structure, then we have 4 divisions of simple, compound, complex, and compound complex sentences. Even the conditional sentences would fall into the category of complex sentences. In all these categories, we are going to use terminal points to terminate or end the sentence. These 3 terminal points are the full stop, which is used as a dot, a question mark, and an exclamation mark. This does not mean that these are only used at the end of the sentences. There are some exceptional cases when they are not only used at the end of the sentence, but also in the middle, which we will discuss. But their primary function is to terminate a sentence, so these are referred to as terminal points. Pausing points include a comma, a semicolon, and a colon. These are the three major pausing points which are used in the middle of a sentence. These cannot be used to terminate a sentence. Along with the discussion of pausing points, we can also include em dashes and apostrophes in the discussion, but these are not significantly falling into the category of pausing points, but we can consider them as a subcategory of pausing points. But 6 major punctuations are full stop, question mark, exclamation mark or exclamation point, comma, a semicolon and a colon. First of all, we'll take a look at the terminal points. A full stop or a period. In British, we refer to it as a full stop, and in American, we call it a period. And it is a dot which is usually used at the end of a sentence. A full stop is perhaps the most simple one and the easiest one to master. One simple usage is that we use it at the end of certain sentences to terminate a sentence. These sentences are assertive or declarative sentences, which are mere statements. We also use it at the end of imperative sentences. Sentences in which we are giving commands, making requests, suggesting something, forbidding something, or maybe bidding adieu, giving direction, urging someone or encouraging someone. All these would fall into the category of imperative sentences. A full stop is also used at the end of an indirect question. These are interrogative sentences by meaning, but structurally we will not use a question mark at the end of these sentences. We'll take a few examples. For instance, if someone says, "What is your occupation?" This is a direct question and we'll use a question mark at the end. But if someone says, "I was wondering that what was your occupation?" This is an indirect question, so we'll use a full stop at the end. In the case of indirect narration, if we have a direct question within the enclosed commas or quotation marks, that is direct narration, but when we convert it into indirect narration, we do not use a question mark. We use a full stop at the end because then it becomes an indirect question. Full stops can also be used at the end of certain exclamatory sentences. In exclamatory sentences, for instance, the example we took in the beginning, "What a beautiful scene." We used an exclamation point here at the end. This can be changed into a full stop as well, because a full stop can supplant an exclamation point and still it can communicate the meaning which is associated with an exclamation, but that would be a rarity. There are other instances as well when in a single sentence we use both an exclamation point and a full stop. When we use interjections, for instance, if someone says "Hurrah," we use an exclamation point, and after that we write "We won the match." Then we will not end the sentence with an exclamation point, we will end that sentence with a full stop. So full stop can be used at the end of exclamatory sentences as well. Another important thing that you need to remember is that in most of the cases, I repeat, in most of the cases, we will not use multiple punctuations together, because there are certain exceptions when we use multiple punctuations, but we cannot use multiple punctuations in most of the cases. It is a common error which is unintentional by most of the candidates or students. because sometimes students are in the habit of thinking, and while they are thinking, they create certain smudges and blots on their paper. And if they have used one full stop and they use another full stop, it becomes a grammatical error. If they use the third one, it becomes an ellipsis, which is not a full stop at all. So it's also a grammatical error, because then the ellipsis is not required. So you also have to be careful. Another error can be, sometimes we are in the habit of using full stops, and if someone uses a question mark and after the question mark someone puts a full stop there, so it's an error of multiple punctuation, because we cannot use two punctuations together, apart from certain exceptions, I repeat. Full stops can also be used in certain abbreviations. Abbreviations are interesting, because abbreviations are of different categories. I'll explain them one by one. There are certain abbreviations in which we have small letters or lowercase letters only. There are certain abbreviations in which we use both the lowercase and uppercase, or small letters and capital letters combined. Then we have certain other cases in which we only use capital letters for abbreviations. For example, if someone writes AM, or if someone writes ETC, in these we have only used the smaller letters or the lowercase letters. In a general case, this is what you have to remember, in a general case, because there are certain exceptions which I am going to explain afterwards. Generally, we use a full stop in those abbreviations when we use small letters only or lowercase letters only, such as in ETC, etc., or in AM. This is a general case that with lowercase letters we will use a full stop. With mixed abbreviations as well, when we have both capital and small letters, we use a full stop in those abbreviations. But then there is an exception. The exception is if we have scientific and technical abbreviations. For example, Na for sodium, a scientific abbreviation. 1ST first, a technical abbreviation. KHZ, kilohertz, or KM. Scientific and technical abbreviations, even if they are written in small letters or lowercase letters or mixed cases, still we will not use a full stop. This is the exceptional case for the general rule where we consider using a full stop with abbreviations of lowercase or mixed case. The general rule for uppercase abbreviations such as ATM or acronyms such as NATO, which only have capital letters, is that we are not going to use a full stop. This is the general rule, that with abbreviations of capital letters or uppercase letters, we will not use a full stop between the letters of those abbreviations or even at the end of the abbreviation. But there is an exception as well, that with certain academic degrees, we can use a full stop even if they are written with capital letters. I repeat, with certain academic degrees. This does not apply to all the degrees. And then there are certain academic degrees with which we can apply both the cases. The non-usage of a full stop and the usage of a full stop, both are acceptable. The case where we can use a full stop with academic degrees is JD for Juris Doctor or DDS for Doctor of Dental Surgery. In these cases, we use a full stop in these letters. There are certain academic degrees when we can use a full stop with them even if we are using capital letters or uppercase letters. I repeat, certain academic degrees. There are certain degrees with which we do not use a full stop at all, and then there are certain with which we can use a full stop, and we can also not use a full stop. The non-usage or usage wouldn't make any difference. Certain academic degrees with which it is better to use a full stop in abbreviations, one of them is JD, Juris Doctor, or DDS, Doctor of Dental Surgery. We also have certain abbreviations with which both the cases are acceptable, but the writer has to decide that which case the writer prefers. That is in the case of abbreviations for certain international organizations or certain countries such as USA, USSR, or UN, or SCO. In these abbreviations, both cases are acceptable. If we write USA with full stops, for instance, U.S.A, or even USA or US, similarly for USSR or UNO or SCO, the writer has to decide that which type of abbreviation he is going to use with these abbreviations, which type of punctuation rule he is going to apply with these abbreviations. If someone uses a full stop, then the requirement is that in the entire script, the writer has to stick with the usage of full stops with abbreviations of countries. But if a writer does not use a full stop between the letters of abbreviations of countries with capital letters, then in the entire script, the writer has to ensure the non-usage of a full stop. This is necessary that we follow one rule. It should not be a mixed application of rules, because it then becomes a kind of a confused state of mind, and it is not a positive impression when it comes to examination situation. Full stops, which are used at the end of a sentence, can become more interesting if we are ending a sentence with a bracket or a quotation mark, or with a parenthetical. Parenthetical is the same as brackets. There are different cases. If we end a sentence with an incomplete clause within the brackets, and the other case can be that if we end a sentence with a complete clause or a complete sentence. These two cases are to be dealt separately. If we are ending a sentence with an incomplete clause within the brackets, it means that we are not going to use a full stop within the brackets. However, if we are using a complete clause within the brackets, then we can use a full stop within the brackets. We'll take two examples. For instance, hotel rooms are likely to be in short supply and here the sentence ends, and instead we use a bracket. The peak travel period. This is a phrase. This is not a complete sentence. The peak travel period. So the full stop should be used outside the brackets. The purpose here is that the full stop is applicable to both the statement which is there within the brackets and which is outside the brackets as well. So this full stop applies to the entire set here. But if we are writing a sentence, their house was the largest on the block, full stop, and afterwards we use a bracket. It also happened to be the ugliest. This is a complete sentence within the brackets. So we are using a full stop within the bracket. And we'll also not use any punctuation, any sort of punctuation, a full stop, a question mark, or an exclamation mark outside the brackets. The reason for this is, number one, that we have ended a sentence before the application of parentheses. Now, if we use a full stop outside the parenthetical, it would mean that we are applying this full stop to both these sentences. So, for the first sentence, it would mean the multiple usage of punctuations, which is grammatically incorrect. Here arises a question. If we had not used a full stop here and introduced a parenthetical and completed a sentence, then still it would have been a grammatical error. It would have been a grammatical error because the candidates forget about this, that whenever we are using two independent clauses, these two independent clauses have to be combined together by using a coordinating conjunction. And even if we are not using a coordinating conjunction, a compound sentence then would have a semicolon to combine two independent clauses. So for these two independent clauses, we have to use something to combine them. And if we are not combining them, then we have to separate them by using a full stop. So if we have used a full stop here, then there is no need of using a full stop here because we already have a complete sentence within the parenthetical. Full stop will be used within the brackets, and once we use the full stop within the brackets, brackets closed, and after that we start a new sentence with a capital letter immediately. That capital letter would communicate to the reader that we have started a new sentence. This can also be a part of sentence correction questions where it seems that everything is fine with the sentence, but this is such a minor error that there are chances that a candidate can ignore them. Another case is that if we are using quotation marks. Quotation marks have a simple formula for all the cases. That is, if we are using any quoted material at the end of a sentence, for example, the President's speech both began and ended with the word freedom. Now, this word freedom is enclosed within the quotation marks, and it is also ending the sentence. So, we will use a full stop within the quotation marks. We will not use a full stop outside the quotation marks. Because if we use a full stop outside the quotation marks, it will be considered a structural or a grammatical error. Even if the full stop is not the part of the quoted material, but we use that full stop within the quotation marks to end the sentence. If we take a look at this sentence, the President's speech both began and ended with the word freedom. The speech of the President might have ended with the word freedom along with a full stop. It is but natural. But it cannot begin with a word and a full stop. It might have a full stop at the end, but it might have an exclamation mark or a comma in the beginning, but it's not possible structurally to use a full stop immediately after an opening word. So if we remove the word ended, and if we only write the President's speech began with the word freedom, and if the sentence ends here, we'll use the full stop within the quotation marks, not because it was part of the quoted material, but because we are ending a sentence here. So whenever we end any sentence within the quotation marks or with a single word even at the end within the quotation marks, the full stop has to be used or must be used within the quotation marks. After the quotation marks, we can immediately begin a new sentence with a capital letter, that would also be an indicator that we have begun a new sentence and ended or terminated the previous sentence. Another terminal point is a question mark. Question mark is relatively simple. A question mark is used to terminate questions or interrogative sentences. To be very specific, we use a question mark to terminate a direct question, because as we have learned that an indirect question ends with a full stop. An exclamation mark is used to express emotions. Emotions with interjections such as words hurrah, alas, oh, ha, hey, ah, and many other interjections. If we use them even at the beginning of a sentence, we'll use an exclamation point after these interjections. However, it is interesting to note that a comma can supplant or replace an exclamation point in certain cases as well. An exclamation point is also used at the end of those sentences which express emotions, even without interjections. An exclamation point and a question mark can also be combined together. This is an interesting case. For instance, if we use a question mark and put an exclamation mark over it, this is known as an interrobang. This is a rare usage which might not be used in formal writing, but in informal writing, an interrobang, or maybe in certain cases, if you get a comprehension passage or a passage of Precis writing, you might come across an interrobang. This interrobang expresses a mixed feeling of raising questions and also expressing emotions. For instance, if someone says, "What in the world are you doing up there?" This is a question, but there is also astonishment. So in that question, we cannot use two punctuations, but an interrobang can be used. However, in formal writing, it is a rarity. Still, if you come across it, you must know about the usage of an interrobang. Another one which is related to a question mark is an inverted or an inverse question mark. An inverse question mark is another rare usage, but it is used for sarcasm or irony. We can say that it is the mark of irony or mark of sarcasm. It is related to question mark, but this is not a terminal point. So if you come across an inverse question mark, that is the mark of sarcasm and mark of irony. This is a rare usage, but as you will be reading certain passages for Precis and comprehension, if you come across these rare punctuations, do not worry, because these are also used to communicate certain messages. I repeat, an interrobang for a mixed question and a feeling, and on the other hand, an inverse question mark is used for sarcasm and irony. For terminal points, you must remember that there are three terminal points: a full stop, a question mark, and an exclamation point. They are known as terminal points because they can be used to terminate a sentence or end a sentence. A full stop is used for declarative, imperative, or indirect questions, and even in certain exclamatory sentences. A question mark is used at the end of interrogative questions. Those are direct questions, and we exclude indirect questions from that category. Exclamation marks are used to express emotions. They can also be used with interjections because they also communicate emotions. In certain cases, which are exceptional uses, we have to remember that a full stop is also used with abbreviations. And for that, you need to consider the different categories of abbreviations: the lowercase, the mixed case, the uppercase, and then the exceptional categories of those. A question mark, if it is used in inverse form, then it is the mark of sarcasm or irony. It is not a question mark. And if it is combined with an exclamation point, it is an interrobang. Dear students, there are two ways to communicate someone's message to someone else, or the words of a person to another person. One is a direct method of communication or direct narration. The second one is indirect. Direct narration means that we quote the words exactly what was said by the speaker to someone else. Indirect narration means that we make certain changes in the words that were said by the original speaker. Both ways of narration are equally acceptable. However, if someone wants to quote the exact words, he or she would opt for direct narration. And if someone wants to communicate the message or the words of a person to another person in his or her own words, he or she would go for indirect method of narration. Changing the narration has been a consistently asked question in the paper of English Precis and Composition. In the past half a decade, we have observed that one year we get questions related to changing the narration, and in the other year they are replaced by or substituted by the question related to preposition. In the scheme of the paper of English Precis and Composition, the weightage of this question, that is for changing the narration, is of 5 marks. But these 5 marks are critical because a single mark can make a major difference in the result of CSS examinations. Direct narration means that we quote the exact words of the speaker and enclose them within the quotation marks. In indirect narration, we do not enclose them within the quotation marks. Suppose you have a friend at a school, college or university, and his name is Umar. And he tells you that I will give you my pen, and you want to communicate it to someone else. If you are communicating the exact words of Umar, then you would write, Umar said, I will give you my pen. But if you do not want to quote the exact words which were said by Umar, then you are going to write, Umar said that he would give me his pen. This is indirect narration. So, in direct narration, we have used quotation marks and enclose the exact same statement within the quotation marks. However, in indirect narration, we have used the word that, and we have not used the quotation marks, and we have also made certain changes in the words in the form of verb and also in certain pronouns that we are going to discuss in this session, that how these changes are going to occur. In direct narration, as we can see, there are 2 parts. The first part, which contains the name of the original speaker and the reporting verb. Reporting verb is said, and this entire portion is known as the reporting part of speech or reporting speech. In reporting speech, we have the reporting verb. The reporting verb can be the word said. We can also use say or will say. Reporting speech is also a term which is used for the indirect mode of communication or indirect narration. The second part, in direct narration, is also known as reported speech. The reported speech is enclosed within the quotation marks. If you get a question, change the reporting speech into reported speech, then you should not worry, because it means the same changing the narration. Because it means change the direct speech into indirect speech. Therefore, if these 2 terms are used apart from the division of the direct narration, still it would mean the same, because certain grammarians have used the term reported speech and reporting speech for indirect and direct form of narration respectively. Another aspect of changing the narration is the usage of the word that. There is a confusion among certain candidates and students that in every form of indirect narration we have to use that, but this is not the case. There are certain forms of indirect narration when we do not use the word or the conjunction that. There are certain forms of indirect narration where we can substitute that with to in the case of imperative sentences that we'll discuss ahead in this lecture. And there are certain other questions in which we even do not use any conjunction or any infinitive marker in indirect narration, for example, in interrogative sentences. So, generally we use the word or conjunction that, but there are certain cases in which we do not use a conjunction that. However, as a general rule, it is considered that in most of the cases we will use the conjunction that. Another area which we need to consider is the removal of the quotation marks in indirect narration. Whenever we are writing in indirect narration, we will remove the quotation marks. The changes in pronoun and the changes in tense will depend upon the speaker and the reporting verb in the reporting part of the narration. For that, we have different rules. First of all, how are we going to change the tense? The change in tense will depend upon the reporting verb. The reporting verb, as I told you, can be said, say, will say, or says. If we have the reporting verb said, it means that the original narration was in the past tense. In that case, in indirect narration, we'll change the tense into past or maybe further as required in the sentence. For that purpose, you need to consider that first of all, if there are any changes in tense, present simple tense will change into past simple. Present continuous tense will change into past continuous. Present perfect will change into past perfect. Present perfect continuous will change into past perfect continuous. If we have past simple, past simple will change into past perfect. Past continuous will change into past perfect continuous. Past perfect will remain as past perfect. If we have future narration, for future, in the case of future simple, the verb will change into would. As we know that in future continuous, we use will be will change into would be. And in future perfect, will have will change into would have. These are the changes in relation to tense that we need to consider. But there is another change which is in relation to time. If we have any changes with relation to time, certain words will also change. For instance, if we use a word today in direct narration, it would change to that day. Tomorrow will change to next day. Yesterday will change to previous day. Yesternight will change into previous night. These changes with relation to tense and time will only occur if there is the reporting verb said. But if the speaker uses the reporting verb say, says, or will say, there will be no change of tense. Changes in pronouns are independent of the reporting verb which is used in the reporting part of the narration. They depend upon the pronoun which is used in the reporting part of the narration. For instance, there are in fact 4 cases that you need to remember, which will make it easier for you to change pronouns in accordance with the pronouns which are used in the reporting part of the narration. The first case is that if we have the first person pronoun, in direct narration, that is in the reported speech. But if we have a third person pronoun in reporting speech, for instance, he said, I live in New York. We have a third person he in reporting part of the narration, but we are using the first person pronoun in the reported speech. It means that the first person pronoun I will change in indirect narration. The indirect narration for that would be, he said that he lived in New York. The change in pronoun was because there was a third person pronoun in the reporting part of the narration. So we changed the first person pronoun I in the reported speech to a third person pronoun in relation to that pronoun which was there in the reporting narration. But if we have first person pronoun on both sides, this is case number 2. That in the first part, that is the reporting part of the narration, we have the first person pronoun. For example, I said, I will write a novel. Here, I is in both parts of the narration. So there is no need to change the first person pronoun. Therefore, the second rule for change in pronoun is that first person pronoun in reported speech, while changing into indirect narration, will not change because of the presence of another first person pronoun in the reporting part of the narration. So I said, I will write a novel will change into I said that I would write a novel. There is a change in tense, as I told you that will change into would whenever there is a change in tense, and that change in tense occurred because of the presence of the word or the reporting verb said, but there was no change in pronoun. Another case is with second person. Second person pronoun is you or your. This does not depend upon the subject in the reporting part of the narration. In fact, second person pronoun you and your is dependent upon the object of the reporting verb. For instance, if someone wrote or said, he said to him, you are intelligent. So the change would be, he told him that he was intelligent, because you is related to the word or pronoun him. We can change this sentence to her as well. He said to her, you are intelligent. Then the indirect narration would be, he told her that she was intelligent. Now, you changed in accordance with the object of reporting verb, her. Therefore, we used the pronoun she instead of he and replaced it with you. So, you need to consider the object of the reporting verb whenever you are changing pronouns in indirect narration. Another case is of third person pronoun. This is interesting. Consider this word third person. it means it is neither the speaker nor the listener, or neither the writer nor the reader. It is third person, he or she or they. So if we have a third person in both the reported part and the reporting part of the narration, then there would be no change in indirect narration. For instance, they said, "We love our country." The indirect narration would be, they said that they loved their country. There were two changes. We changed into they and our changed to their. It changed because of the subject in the reporting part of the narration, they. So third person narration here was dependent upon the first person pronoun, so there were changes. Now we take another example where we have two third persons on both sides. For instance, they said, "He loved their country." They said that he loved his country. There is no change in the pronoun he. The reason for that is the pronoun he is a third person for they, who are third person for us, and he is also third person for us as well. So there will be no change in that, because third person in the reported speech would remain unchanged for both the speaker and the listener. We take another example. He said, "They will read a newspaper." Now the pronoun they is a third person for the speaker he. Interestingly, the pronoun they is also a third person for the reader or the listener. Therefore, there would be no change in pronoun, and we'll write, "He said that they would read a newspaper." So third person pronoun will remain unchanged if there are third person pronouns in both reporting and reported part of narration. However, there will be a change if there is first person pronoun in reported part and third person pronoun in reporting part, so we'll change it accordingly. There will be no change if we have first person pronoun on both sides in direct narration. Second person pronoun will change in accordance with the object of the reporting verb, that is the addressee with whom the speaker is talking. There are certain words that change in indirect narration if there is a change in tense. I repeat, in case of a change in tense, certain words will change in indirect narration. Here I am going to present a list of these common words which change in indirect narration in case of a change in tense. If we have the helping verb is or am, it will change into was. If we are using the helping verb are, it will change to were. It is pertinent to note that this is not always when are will change into were. There can be cases when are changes to was. For instance, if someone says, he said to her, "You are intelligent." Here we have the helping verb are, but when we'll change it into indirect narration, it would be, he told her that she was intelligent, because was is in line with the pronoun she, or the verb was agrees with the subject she. However, were here would have been incorrect because it would have violated the subject-verb agreement. So that is what you need to consider when you are changing, but generally are would change into were if there is a change in tense. If we have the verbs was, were, has or have, these will change to had, or had been. We also have another case if we have the helping verb had. In that case, in certain cases, it would remain the same as had, or it will change into had been in most of the cases. There are certain instances when we have the verb or the word can. Can will change into could. If we have the word shall, shall will change into should. If we come across the word this, this will change into that. These will change into those. The word here will change into there. If in direct narration there is the usage of the operator or the modals do or does, there will be a change and they would be written as did. If the writer uses did in direct narration, in indirect narration, it would be had or had been. If the writer uses the word just or now, the change would be then. Before will change into ago. Next will change to following. Next can be used in combination with such as next month, next day. So you can write the following month. There are certain words that change in indirect narration if there is a change in tense. I repeat, in case of a change in tense, certain words will change in indirect narration. Here I am going to present a list of these common words which change in indirect narration in case of a change in tense. If we have the helping verb is or am, it will change into was. If we are using the helping verb are, it will change to were. It is pertinent to note that this is not always when are will change into were. There can be cases when are changes to was. For instance, if someone says, he said to her, you are intelligent. Here we have the helping verb are, but when we'll change it into indirect narration, it would be he told her that she was intelligent. Because was is in line with the pronoun she, or the verb was agrees with the subject she. However, were here would have been incorrect because it would have violated the subject-verb agreement. So that is what you need to consider when you are changing, but generally are would change into were if there is a change in tense. If we have the verbs was, were, has or have, these will change to had or had been. We also have another case if we have the helping verb had. In that case, in certain cases, it would remain the same as had, or it will change into had been in most of the cases. There are certain instances when we have the verb or the word can. Can will change into could. If we have the word shall, shall will change into should. If we come across the word this, this will change into that. These will change into those. The word here will change into there. If in direct narration there is the usage of the operator or the modals do or does, there will be a change and they would be written as did. If the writer uses did in direct narration, in indirect narration, it would be had or had been. If the writer uses the word just or now, the change would be then. Before will change into ago. Next will change to following. Next can be used in combination with such as next month, next day. So you can write the following month, the following day, or next week, the following week. There are other words related to time, such as today, or tomorrow, or yesterday, or yesternight. They will change to that day, next day, previous day, or previous night. Another word must will change to had to. So this is a list of those common words which will change in indirect narration in case of change in tense. If you have a command or grip over these words, it means more than half of your job well done in case of change in tense. Because in indirect narration, mostly it is about the change in these words whenever there is a change in tense. Certain candidates fail or find it challenging in indirect narrations because they are less aware of the changes in these words. So try to practice a change in these words whenever there is a change in tense for indirect narration. Changes in narration also depend on the type of sentence which is at hand. First of all, we are going to take the assertive sentences. The assertive sentences are those sentences which are making statements. By statements we mean they are neither requests nor commands, there are no emotions, there is no question, the sentence neither forbids or bids adieu. These are simple, straightforward statements. A statement can be true, a statement can be false. In both the cases, it would be an assertive or a declarative sentence. Assertive sentences, when we change them into indirect narration, they are quite simple and straightforward. We use the conjunction that between the reporting speech and the reported speech, and the normal changes of pronoun and the changes of tense would occur in relation with the pronouns in the reporting part of the narration and the reporting verb in the reporting part of the narration. We take an example. For example, he said, potatoes come from Peru. The indirect for this would be, he said that potatoes came from Peru. There is a change in tense and we have used the conjunction that. We take another example. He said, 2 and 2 make 4. The indirect would be, he said that two and 2 make 4. Even if it was a false statement and someone had said 2 and 2 make 5, the narration would have been, he said that 2 and 2 made 5. Let's consider a few more sentences. No, Zahid said they you did not lose the game yesterday. I'm taking this sentence because sometimes candidates are confused when they come across this type of arrangement, when the reporting speech is in the middle or between the two parts of reported speech. You must not get confused. It's quite simple to change it. They said to Zahid or told Zahid that he had not lost the game the previous day. Zahid was addressed directly, so they told Zahid that you changes into he because it is related to the object. So object was not explicitly mentioned, but we know that they were addressing Zahid, so it changes into he. Did will change into had. So he had not lost the game the previous day. We did not include the first no because if we had included both no's, so not and no would have cancelled each other and it would have then become an affirmative sentence. Therefore, no need to include no as here. We take another example. She said. Well, sir, my brother has not come to school because he is suffering from fever. While changing this sentence into indirect narration, we need to consider this word sir. It is a mark of respect. So if we will change this into indirect narration, the sentence should be written as she said or told respectfully that her brother had not come to school because he was suffering from fever. Because there was a word which is a mark of respect, so it must be indicated in indirect narration. Another case with assertive sentences is the case of universal truths or habitual facts and proverbs. If we have universal truths such as sun rises in the east or God is one, even if there is a change in tense, there would be no effect on the rest of the sentence. For instance, he said God is one, it would be he said that God is one. Or as you saw here, when I wrote 2 and 2 make 4, it's a fact. So there was no need to write made for that. But if someone had said 5, then it was not a fact, it was a false statement, then there will be a change in tense. Or if someone says birds of a feather flock together, he said birds of a feather flock together, it's a proverb, it would be in indirect narration, he said that birds of a feather flock together. We will not use the past form of the verb because it's a proverb. So with habitual facts, universal truths and proverbs, there would be no change in tense, they would remain as they are. In rest of the assertive sentences, we can have changes in tense and changes in pronoun as discussed in the general rules for changing the words, pronouns and tense in indirect narration. And a common thread between all assertive sentences is that we use the conjunction that and we remove the quotation marks in indirect narration. The second category of sentences in the case of changing the narration is interrogative sentences. Interrogative sentences are those sentences which ask questions. Questions can be of two types. To explain them in a more simple manner without using any technical terms, I would say that there is one type of a question which can be answered with a simple yes or no, and there is another type of a question which cannot be answered with a simple yes or no. If someone says, "Are you feeling well?" you can answer it with a simple yes or no. But if someone asks you, "How are you?" you cannot answer it with a simple yes or no. You would have to say, "I'm fine," or maybe unfortunately, "I'm ill." So for these two sets of sentences, there would be a slight variation while changing them into indirect narration. However, there is another major change for interrogative sentences, that is the removal of the conjunction that. In indirect narration, for interrogative sentences, we do not use the conjunction that. In fact, In certain cases, we use if and whether, and there are other questions which cannot be answered with a yes or no. For that, we do not use any infinitive, any conjunction, etc. They are simply converted without any other joining word or any other conjunction. We'll look into them in detail. First of all, the sentences which can be answered with a simple yes or no. We take an example. He said to me, "Do you like music?" If we change this into indirect narration, he asked me if I liked music, and full stop. As this is an indirect question, we will not use a question mark. We will use a full stop with that. Interestingly, you would observe that we have maintained the classic sentence sequence of subject, verb, and object. Generally, in questions, we see that verbs come before the subject, as we have witnessed here the usage of the dummy operator do. But when we changed it, we did not use the second form of do did. We did not write, he asked me, did I like music? In fact, we have to use the word if or whether in questions which can be answered with a simple yes or no, and then observe the classic sentence sequence of the subject, verb, and object and change the tense accordingly. Let us consider another sentence. She said, "Will he participate in the quiz competition?" Question mark and quotation marks closed. Changing it into indirect narration. She asked if he would participate in the quiz competition, and full stop. Again, we witness the maintenance of the classic sentence sequence. He is followed by a helping verb or a main verb. Here we have the modal operator would participate in the quiz competition. While in the question, which was a direct question, will came before the subject he. So when you are changing questions into indirect narration, you have to make sure that you do not bereft or do not go away from the classic sentence sequence. On the other hand, you must not use a question mark in an indirect question. A question mark is replaced by a full stop, and we are not using the conjunction that. Instead, we are using if or whether. The other category of questions, when we are asking questions which cannot be answered with a simple yes or no, which are generally referred to as WH questions. In that case, we will not use if or whether, and we will also not use that. We will take an example. He said, "What is your name?" Question mark, sentence enclosed in the quotation marks. In indirect narration, he asked what my name was. and full stop. Here again, we have not used the helping verb before the subject as it is used in the direct question. It would have been incorrect to write, "What was my name?" Here, we must observe the classic sentence sequence, subject first and then the helping verb. In any case of changing an interrogative sentence in indirect narration, you must observe and abide by the classic sentence sequence or the sentence sequence known as SVO, subject, verb, object. Subject first, then verb, and if there is any other object, we can include it. In both cases, where we have a question which can be answered with a yes or no, or a question which cannot be answered with a yes or no. We take another example. He said, "When will the party begin?" Question mark, sentence enclosed in the quotation marks. The indirect for this would be, he asked when the party would begin, and full stop. Subject, the helping verb, and after that we introduced another main verb, or if necessary an object or complement. So this is how we are going to change interrogative sentences into indirect narration, but you have to keep in mind the two different types of questions and the classic subject verb object sequence for indirect questions, and make sure that you must not use a question mark with an indirect question. Changing the narration for imperative sentences. First of all, what are imperative sentences? Imperative sentences are those sentences which give a command, make a request, give a suggestion, an advice, forbid something, bidding adieu, directing something, encouraging, or maybe urging. All these sentences would fall into the category of imperative sentences. These are a little different as compared to assertive or interrogative sentences. The reason is that a student or a candidate in any examination is required to understand the meaning of the sentence, because here it is not only about the structure, it is also about the semantics. Once you determine the meaning, you will be in a position to use the right word in indirect narration. First of all, the general rules for indirect narration. As we saw that in interrogative sentences, we did not use that, and that was replaced by if and whether for open-ended questions, and for WH questions, we were not using any of the words and we were directly converting them into indirect narration without that if or whether. For imperative sentences, we'll use the infinitive marker to. To infinitive is used in indirect narration for imperative sentences, and here again we do not use the conjunction that. Different sentences would give different meaning, so we use different words to indicate the meaning while changing into indirect narration. For instance, if there is a request in indirect narration, we use the word requested. If there is a command or an order, we use the word order or ordered or even commanded. If there is a suggestion, we use the word suggested, or suggests or suggests, depending upon the tense or the reporting verb in the reporting part of the narration. Advised, urged, encouraged, directed, forbade, or simply the word bade, depending upon the meaning. As there is encouragement, there would be the word encouraged or maybe urged, or if there is any direction, direct. If someone is asking someone to desist from doing something, the word forbidding or forbade, or if there is farewell, then the word bade can be used. And after these words, the word or the to infinitive would be introduced. We take a few examples. He said, please lend me your pen. Here the word please, as another word kindly, if it was used, these two words are clear indicators of request. So indirect narration for this would be, he requested to lend him my pen. We take another sentence from the category of imperative sentences. He said, get out of my office. Indirect would be, he commanded or ordered to get out of his office. Another sentence in the category of imperative sentences, mother said, do not tell a lie. Mother forbade to tell a lie. You must notice that in this sentence, we have not used the word not or do not, because the word forbade in itself gives a meaning or communicates a meaning that mother is asking his son or daughter to desist from doing something. So if the word forbade is accompanied by not, it would convey an entirely different meaning. By forbade not to tell a lie, it would have been communicating that you must tell a lie. So mother forbade to tell a lie means the same as do not tell a lie. We'll take another example in the category of imperative sentences. Doctor said, do not smoke. As here, the meaning is also forbidding, but the doctor generally advises his or her patients. So it is better to write, doctor advised not to smoke. And as it was in the negative, so not is used before the infinitive to. There are several other sentences which can be used in the category of imperative sentences. For instance, encouragement or urging or direction. It depends upon the reader that how the reader understands, comprehends and follows the meaning in the sentence. For instance, if we have a sentence, he said, go on doing your duty. The correct response for that would be, he urged to go on doing his duty or my duty. It is all in the meaning here and in the selection of the proper word that would communicate the meaning hidden in the imperative sentence. So when you are practicing changing narration for imperative sentences, you must keep in mind the meaning which is hidden behind the sentence. The fourth category of sentences for changing the narration is exclamatory sentences. Exclamatory sentences are those sentences which convey or communicate or express emotions. These sentences end with an exclamation. Exclamatory sentences are those sentences which convey or communicate or express emotions. These sentences end with an exclamation point. And when we are changing exclamatory sentences into indirect narration, the conjunction that returns. As in assertive sentences, in exclamatory sentences, we use the conjunction that. It is quite unlike to the interrogative and imperative sentences. Exclamatory sentences might end with an exclamation point, or they can also use interjections, which are clear indicators of emotions expressed in sentences. These interjections are varied, such as the interjection hurrah for joy, alas for grief, ha for great grief. These are often accompanied by an exclamation point. Ah can be used in 4 different meanings, expressing realization, pleasure, etc., etc., depending upon the sentence that follows. O is another interjection. There are certain interjections such as wow for admiration and wonder, and still there are sentences which can be expressing emotions without the usage of any interjections, such as what a beautiful scene. And it is, if it ends with an exclamation mark, in such cases, we do not need an interjection to express an emotion. When we change them into indirect narration, the general rule would apply, and we'll use the conjunction that. We take an example. For instance, if we have a sentence, he said, hurrah, we won the match. The indirect narration would be, he exclaimed with joy that they had won the match. It is pertinent to note that the emotion is expressed by using the word exclaimed. The emotion is of joy. We replaced we with they instead of he because it would have been inappropriate to use he in place of we. So the third person referring to himself as a group would mean that we'll change it into a third person here, which is suitable for the plural first person, we, and we substitute it with they. We used the verb had here because it was already in past tense, so the sentence changed into past perfect. Another example, she said, alas, I met an accident. Indirect narration, she said, she exclaimed with sorrow that she had met an accident. If the situation aggravates further, so we have another interjection. She said, ha, He is dead now. It is a greater degree than sorrow. The indirect narration would be, she exclaimed with great grief that he was dead then. The word now is replaced by then. Ha is represented by great grief in indirect narration. It is pertinent to note that alas is often representing sorrow or grief only. On the other hand, ha is a greater degree of grief and sorrow. So when you come across the interjection ha with a sad situation, the requirement is that you are going to write great grief in indirect narration. There are several other interjections which would be dealt accordingly as the meaning is communicated. The rest of the changing the narration remains the same, that we introduce the conjunction that, and with that conjunction we make certain changes in tense and pronouns in accordance with the pronouns and the tense used in the reporting part of the narration. For exclamatory sentences, you must get a grip over interjections, the meaning communicated by those interjections, or the meaning communicated by exclamatory sentences which express emotions. However, changing the narration is not an easy art to master. Practice is the key. Practice continuously. You can practice changing the narration in your daily conversation and communication, because every day we communicate messages. So you must be quite vigilant to the situations that you come across in your daily life. Practice, practice, and practice. Prepositions, another important area in English grammar and lexis. It has been a part of the paper of English Precis and composition, especially in the last half a decade. The question has been appearing in the paper of English Precis and composition on alternate years as a substitute for the question of changing the narration. Prepositions can also be part of the question of sentence correction, so you must be in a position to identify the errors related to prepositions if you get any in the question of sentence correction. First of all, what are prepositions? If we divide the word preposition, it would be preposition. It tells us about the object, or it tells us about the position of the object. Prepositions link the object with the subject part of a sentence. Or we can say that a preposition links the object with the rest of the sentence with any noun, phrase, or clause. The relationship which is established by a preposition can be of three different categories. These relationships can be of location. These relationships can be related to direction. And we can have relationships of time which are established by prepositions. If we say location, these relationships can be established by the word on or in. On the other hand, the relationship of direction can be established by words such as to or from or towards. Relationships of time can be established by words during. On can also be used for timing. Similarly, in can also be used to establish relationships of time with the help of prepositions. These relationships are significant because they not only link the object part with rest of the sentence, but they also ensure clarity in meaning. Readers or listeners find it easier to comprehend the meaning of the sentence. There are certain undying myths about prepositions as well. One of the undying myths about prepositions is that we cannot end a sentence with preposition. Now, it can be true in certain cases, but it is not true in all the cases. I am reminded of an interesting situation which Sir Winston Spencer Churchill came across. Sir Winston Spencer Churchill is not only remembered for his political services, but he won the Nobel Prize in English Literature, so he was an acclaimed writer and a linguist as well. Sir Winston Spencer Churchill was once told by someone that we cannot end a sentence with a preposition. Sir Winston Spencer Churchill in response said, "That is the sort of thing up with which I will not put. And as you have not understood the meaning of it, the listener at that time also did not understand." Sir Winston Spencer Churchill smiled, and then he said, "That is the sort of thing which I will not put up with." The sentence ended with a preposition, but it communicated the meaning with clarity. Sir Winston Spencer Churchill made his point that there are situations, circumstances, and instances when we can end a sentence with a preposition. So do not be a victim to that undying myth that we cannot end a sentence with a preposition. There can be instances when we can end a sentence with a preposition. Now, what are the common prepositions that we use? So the 8 common prepositions are on, in, by, for, to, at, and from. And the last one is with. These are the 8 common prepositions that writers use and readers come across. So you will get most of the questions related to them. But this does not mean that these are the only prepositions. Here is a long list of prepositions. In fact, we have prepositions from the letter A to the letter W. We do not have any preposition starting with the letter X, Y, and Z. And they are still common prepositions. There are many more in that list as well, which is usually distributed in different books. We also have multi-words prepositions, such as according to, that is also a preposition. We also have combinations of 3 words which can be used as prepositions. So just do not confuse yourself with this idea or notion that we can only have single word prepositions. We can also have multi-word prepositions, and we have a long list of prepositions. There are certain words which can be used as prepositions, and they can also perform the function of adverbs at times. They can also perform the function of conjunctions as well. So because certain words would fall into different categories depending upon the usage of that word in a sentence. Prepositions can be used in different ways, and there is a wider range of prepositions. One of them which confuses different candidates is the usage of like as a preposition. Now, certain candidates are completely unaware of the difference between the words which are used for similes act as prepositions as well. These are like, as, or even as, the way, as though. A simple rule for these words, first of all, the preposition like, that avoid using the preposition like when there is a verb involved. So it would be used when we have no verb involved in a sentence. As or as though or the way will be used when we have a verb involved in the sentence, and that verb has a direct relationship with this preposition. For instance, in a sentence, you look like your mother. This sentence contains the preposition like. If we use the preposition as, you look as your mother, it would be incorrect. If someone was going to use as here as a preposition, or the way here as a preposition, you look the way your mother does. Here we have added a verb, does, and it has a direct relationship with the way. So we must be careful when using these prepositions. These can be included in the question of sentence correction, and these can also be a part of a separate question which is related to prepositions if it is given in the paper of English Prescient composition. Another interesting scenario could be, I, like most people, try to go on a vacation. Now here we have a scenario where we have used the preposition like, but we also have a verb try. But we have two commas which are separating this part of the sentence from rest of the sentence. If we remove it, still the sentence remains complete. I try to go on a vacation. This verb try has no relationship with the preposition like here. But if it was written, I, as most people do, try to go on a vacation. Here the usage of as is correct. The reason for that is because now we have a verb here in the phrase or clause which is related to the preposition as. So you need to determine that does the preposition relate directly to any verb or not. If it does not, then it's not necessary to apply it. It is significant to remember this rule because this is one of the common errors which is committed by most of the candidates, and it is also part of different examinations. In fact, I have come across a grammar guide as well in which this error occurred, and the reason for that is that most of the time what writers do is they try to avoid a situation and they think about using as in most of the places. But they forget about this fact that as can be used in a situation when it is directly related to a verb. When there is no direct relationship with any verb, then the preposition like would be a better option and a better choice to express similarity while using it as a preposition. Now we'll take a look at different pairs which are used and they express different and related meanings. For instance, the pair above and over. If someone writes, his house is above the lake, it means that any place is at a distance and it is at a height, because it's not possible that the house is floating on the lake. But if someone says over, it means that any object is directly covering another object. For instance, if someone says, there is a cloud cover over the south of England. So over means that the cloud cover is directly covering the south of England. So over indicates anything which is directly covering an object. Above is usually used to indicate height, which can be at a distance. If someone says about any place's height above the sea level, this does not mean that the place is near the sea. It can be far away and distant from the sea as well, but it just indicates the height of an object in comparison to another. We have another preposition, across. The preposition across is used to indicate covering a distance which is flat in surface. Any surface which is flat, and if someone travels across that plane means someone has traveled from one side to another or covered a distance from one side to another. Across cannot be used for objects which have height. When we have a case of height, we would use over, because if someone climbs over the wall, it means that someone has covered a distance over a wall which included height, involved height in it. But across refers to any flat surface. For instance, the bridge runs across the river. The surface of the river is flat, the general natural surface of it. There can be waves as well, but that does not mean that its natural shape includes height. So this is the difference between the usage of these pairs. Another category of prepositions that you need to master is on and in, and at as well. First of all, we take a look at at, in fact. At and in can be used in almost similar sentences, but they might refer to different meanings. At, first of all, is used for any specific point or any specific location, whereas in indicates that someone is present within any boundary. So that means that in indicates anything that is covering, or it is a covered area and some object or some person is present there. Another area which at might indicate is the impermanence of presence or a temporary place of stay. I'll write two sentences here. He is at Frankfurt. Another sentence, he is in Frankfurt. The first sentence means that the person under discussion is not a permanent resident of Frankfurt. Frankfurt is a temporary place of stay. Whereas in the second sentence, Frankfurt is the permanent place of residence, because in is used for permanent place of stay. At is used for temporary place of stay. At can be used for airports as well. He is at Frankfurt Airport. It might refer to a transit flight or a temporary place of stay at the airport. At can also be used for non-verbal communications. For instance, laugh at, shoot at, mock at, throw at. In these non-verbal modes of communication, at is used as a combination, whereas in cannot be used as a combination with these non-verbal communications. In the case of permanent and impermanent place of stay, there is another aspect which includes regularity and irregularity. For example, if we have a sentence, let's meet at the club, and if someone says, he was comfortable in the club. Let's meet at the club means that the club is a place specifically chosen for the specific meeting which is under consideration, but the parties involved do not meet regularly at the club. If the speaker or the writer had used in, it would have meant that the parties regularly meet in the club and they have decided to meet yet again. In the second sentence, he was comfortable in the club. It means that the person under discussion regularly visits the club. It does not mean that he permanently resides in the club, but he regularly visits the club, or he is a permanent member of the club and he was feeling comfortable there. But if we had used at the club, it would have meant that the club is not a permanent place of visit, or the person under discussion is not a permanent member of the club, but he found himself at the club and he felt comfortable for that specific instance. So these are different usage of at and in which you need to consider when you are attempting questions related to prepositions. There are some other prepositions such as on. When we make a comparison of on with in, with reference to time, on would indicate a situation in which we refer to a specific time, whereas in does not refer to, but it is discussing time in a roundabout manner. For example, he arrived on time. It means that the person arrived at the exact specific time. For instance, if the time of arrival was 9 a.m., he arrived on time means that he arrived exactly at 9 a.m. But if someone says he arrived in time, this means that the person under discussion did not arrive at exactly the same time which was decided or scheduled, but he arrived round about the time, maybe a few minutes after or a few minutes before 9 a.m., but it was not that late, neither too early. As we are discussing time, at is also used in relation to time, and the usage of at is restricted to the clock time. As I said, at 9 a.m. So when we refer to specific clock time, then we do not use on and in, then we'll use at. The usage of at is varied like different prepositions, but it is probably one of the versatile prepositions which can be adjusted in different places. While discussing on and in, we have another group, that is onto and into. Onto and into would often relate to movement, or movement towards any destination or any direction. In and on are often used for static situations, or anything which is already present somewhere. If someone says he is swimming in the pool, it means that the person was present there and someone spoke about or wrote about that person. But there was no movement for entrance involved. But if someone says he dived into the pool, it means that there was movement involved, movement towards a destination. Therefore, the usage of into was appropriate, because for entrance, someone used any action or movement. Same can be applied to onto, and on would be used for static position if anything is already present over any other object. There are different prepositions which are used in groups. There are prepositions which are particularly used after certain words, and there are certain which are used before certain words. For that you need to practice, and you need to go through a list of an entire exhaustive list of particular prepositions after certain words and particular prepositional expressions before certain words. A practice of all those would make it further easier for you to attempt questions related to prepositions. Remember, the question of prepositions can be asked separately as a 5-marker, and errors of prepositions can also be included in the question of sentence correction. Perhaps the most challenging area in the paper of English Precis and composition is vocabulary. Vocabulary has been divided into different sections in English Prescient composition, and I discussed them at length in today's discussion. But we need to understand that building vocabulary is not an overnight process, and just memorizing words can also not help you. Why vocabulary is significant and why examiners include this in any English examination or in any English test? One reason for that is language is useless without words. You need words to communicate. Without grammar, you will find it difficult to communicate. Without vocabulary, you would find it impossible to communicate. Examiners also include vocabulary in examinations because that is an ultimate test to determine the level of any candidate's grip or command over language. One reason for that is great writers, articulate writers, eloquent writers have a wider range of vocabulary. It is said that Shakespeare used more than 31,000 different words in his works. I repeat, he used 31,000 different words in his works. Statistically, it has been calculated that if someone can use more than 31,000 words, his vocabulary would be more than 65 or 66,000 words. Perhaps that's why Shakespeare was the supreme English writer. Hazlitt said that Shakespeare has magic power over words. Any articulate, any eloquent writer would have magic power over words. You need not to have the vocabulary level of Shakespeare, not even of Milton or Dickens or any other English writer, because you're not doing expressive writing. You're not in a creative mode of writing whenever you enter the examination hall. But still you must possess enough vocabulary to communicate with clarity. There are different levels of vocabulary. One level is the commoner level, the other is the communicator level. In fact, the lowest level is the communicator level, when most of the people are restricted to a range of 300 to 500 or 600 words. Commoner level is a bit better than that. Then we have the average level, the graduate level, and after that, the expressive level of vocabulary. Do not worry much about the level of vocabulary in CSS, because in CSS, commoner level vocabulary would be more than enough. And even if you have a grip over 1,500 to 2,500 words, or 1,500 to 2,500 words are at your disposal, you will find the paper of English Prescient composition and expressing yourself in any of the papers of CSS quite easy, or maybe not that daunting as many other candidates would find. Why are we discussing vocabulary specifically in English Prescient composition? One reason for that is maximum weightage or maximum number of marks have been allocated for vocabulary in English Prescient composition. If we divide the paper, the first layer of vocabulary is of synonyms. The second layer is antonyms. 10 marks for synonyms, 10 for antonyms. This is the MCQs portion, the section A of your paper, for which you will only get 30 minutes. And for each word, you will have 4 different options, and you have to select the correct response for it. And this entire portion has 20 marks. But vocabulary is not only about synonyms and antonyms. In fact, in the subjective part of the paper, there are some more questions related to vocabulary. There are questions related to pairs of words. This question has 5 marks. Idioms would also fall into that category, where 5 marks have been allocated to it. A new addition has been a question related to analogies. And here again, the total marks are 5. So if we calculate them, 35 marks have been allocated to vocabulary exclusively. On the other hand, in 2016, there was a question in the comprehension passage which was again related to vocabulary. The question was that the examiner gave 5 different words at the end of the comprehension passage and asked the candidate to find the meaning of those words from the given passage. So taking a look at 2016's paper, we can say that 40 marks were explicitly allocated to vocabulary. Interestingly, if any candidate scores 40, he qualifies or clears the paper of English Prescient composition because 40 are the passing marks. Not only these explicit questions related to vocabulary, but also the weightage given to vocabulary or lexical resource in the question of précis writing, translation, and comprehension passages, and even sentence correction means that 50% of your paper is related to vocabulary. Vocabulary is an art that you cannot master by memorizing certain words. You must possess a natural and sophisticated control over words. Keats had said about poetry that if poetry do not come as naturally as leaves to a tree, it had better not come at all. I would say that any English communicator must apply this to vocabulary. If words do not come as naturally as leaves to a tree, a communicator must not have communicated. This is the reason why examiners have given maximum weightage to vocabulary in the paper of English Prescient composition. Even if you have a half-hearted mastery over this section of the paper, you will find it easier to qualify. The questions related to synonyms and antonyms can be prepared in different ways, and in fact, I would advise all the CSS aspirants to prepare themselves by applying with complete dedication all their energies to different methods and ways of improving vocabulary. Because if you are restricted to one method of improving your vocabulary, that won't be enough. One way is that you can get hold of the GRE word list, and when I'm discussing that, I'm only restricting myself to the questions related to synonyms and antonyms. The GRE word list is available in the books for preparation of GRE tests. But if you find these boring, there is another book, Word Smart, because examiners have been giving words from these works. Almost 60 to 70% of the questions or words are found in these works. Word Smart and GRE word list would help you go through the maximum number of words which are there in examination situation. Another way of improving your vocabulary is by using technology. There's an app, Vocabulary for SAT. If you download this app, in this you will find a list of high frequency words, other words which are there in the GRE word list, and you can easily make a separate list of those words which you have mastered, those words which you have not mastered. Then you will also find several tests of synonyms and antonyms which you can use for practice. Apart from this method, there is another way of improving your vocabulary that will help you improve your functional vocabulary. Because when you are just going through word list, this does not mean that you can use these words whenever you are communicating or writing. For that purpose, an easier approach is that whenever you read anything, identify the new words which you come across. And at the end of the day, you must practice 5 new words that you have never come across or that you have not known the meaning of. Identify their meaning. Once you have identified their meaning, try to make sentences. And after making sentences, write a couple of paragraphs in which you can use these words. Even if you're communicating with someone, writing essays or sending SMS to your friends, colleagues or family, try to use these words. When you would use these words, they will become the part of the word bank and they will stick to the schemata. And they will come in front of you like fossil thoughts whenever you require them. It's not necessary that you would remember all the words that you have gone through. But even 1/3 of these words, if you remember them or if they become the part of the schemata, there would be a significant improvement in your vocabulary. So practice that as well to improve your functional vocabulary. But identifying synonyms and antonyms is not only restricted to going through any word list. Another way of improving or getting higher score in synonyms and antonyms is to go through the roots or root words. Root words are those words which have their roots in Greek or mostly Latin, and they are used in English language as prefixes, suffixes, and at times as base words. If you have mastered these root words, and if you know the meaning of different roots, you can easily break the words. Even if you have never come across these words, break these words into pieces, identify the root, and once you know the meaning of the root, you can at least exclude two options which are not near any of the meaning of the roots. In this way, you will be able to identify the correct answer for synonyms and antonyms. For instance, we have a root word, pseudo. The word pseudo means false. And you must have read this word while reading newspapers and different books while preparing for CSS examinations. Interestingly, this word pseudo or this root pseudo is used in 800 different English words. So if you know the meaning of pseudo, it means that you can easily identify the synonyms and antonyms of 800 different words. We'll also take a look at another word, anthrop. The word anthrop means mankind. Anthrop is used in 112 different words in English language. If you know the meaning of anthrop, you can easily identify the synonyms and antonyms of 112 words. So by memorizing or by getting acquainted with the meaning of different roots, you can easily identify the synonyms and antonyms of thousands of words. As there are different words, I'll write a few examples. Hydrophobia. As most of us know that hydro is related to water. So if anyone who has an idea what is the meaning of this root hydro would find it easier to identify the meaning, synonym or antonym of this word in any examination. There's another word, monogamy. We know that mono means one. So anyone who is trying to identify the synonym or antonym of this word would try to make a relationship with the options of the word or root monogamy, the word mono. If we write another word, bigamy, and break it again, so bi is related to two. It would again be easier to identify the synonym or antonym of the word. There are different words which we read every day, and in most of these words, these roots have been applied. So if you practice breaking these words, you will find it easier to identify the synonyms and antonyms. And you will also save yourself from the ordeal of memorizing thousands of words, which is a dry practice and a dry and a boring exercise. Another way of identifying the meanings is to identify the context clues. Context clues are everywhere in any passage that we read. Context clues are in fact used by articulate writers. Articulate writers make sure that they leave some context clues for the readers so that they find it easier to understand the meaning which they are trying to communicate. These context clues can be there in the form of synonyms, these context clues can be antonyms, and there can be certain context clues in the form of examples. For instance, if someone writes, his sister Anne is lively and outgoing, semicolon, however, comma, I am rather introverted. Outgoing and introverted are two antonyms. Here the word introverted is a bit difficult for certain readers to identify its meaning, but they know what is the meaning of outgoing. And as there has been the usage of the word however, so they know that there is an opposite or a contrasting situation. So outgoing is a context clue for its antonym introvert, and even if you do not know the meaning of introvert, you can still get a general sense of the meaning. Synonyms can also be used as context clues. On the other hand, there can be certain examples. If someone writes nocturnal creatures such as bats and owls, so if someone does not know the meaning of nocturnal creatures, with the help of examples, bats and owls, the reader would find it easier to identify the meaning of nocturnal creatures. So when you're reading anything, you must pay heed and be vigilant towards these context clues. These context clues will also help you improve your vocabulary, and you will not have to go through the ordeal of opening a dictionary or searching on the internet for the meaning of each and every word. So that would make vocabulary building an interesting practice and a useful exercise. When you are going through passages of comprehension and précis writing in the question paper, you will come across difficult words in those passages. But if you are in practice of identifying context clues, there you will find it easier to identify the meaning of these words. Well, vocabulary building needs practice, and the best practice for building vocabulary is reading. It is said that if anyone who reads for 14 to 15 minutes a day, he comes across or she comes across more than 1 million words in a year. If someone reads almost 20 to 25 minutes a day, he or she will come across about 2 million words in a year. And if someone is reading for an hour every day, he or she can come across about 4 million words a year. It means that you have come across millions and millions of words up till now, but we have not been attentive and thorough and avid readers. You must be vigilant, awake, and alive to the indicators when you're reading. In that way, you can improve your vocabulary. There are different other methods of improving vocabulary. You can make flashcards as well. Making a flashcard is easy, but it's a bit dull and boring, so you must consider the other methods of improving vocabularies. However, if someone wants to make a flashcard, pick a word, identify its figure of speech, write its meaning, write different sentences related to its different meanings, and then keep it for your references. And you can find these words whenever you're reading anything. You don't have to go through a separate list. There is another way of practicing, that you can keep a diary or an index where you can enlist different words. And the practice is known as RCWL. Read, cover, write, and you can also use different listening approaches, and you can write them again. That is a simple way that write different words, cover them, read them, and then read the meaning of these words. If you have memorized them, very good. Otherwise, you can take a look back at these lists. However, the best way for synonyms and antonyms is that you can practice the roots, and you can go through certain relevant word lists from where the examiners are giving most of the words. Another set of questions which is related to vocabulary in English précis and composition is the question of pairs of words. Pairs of words are also available in different lists on the internet and in different books. But a way of getting acquainted with these pairs is to identify different categories of words. Once you identify different categories of words, you find it easier to find the difference and similarities between different words. These categories of words are homonyms, homophones, homographs, heteronyms, heterographs, capitonyms, polysemes, and even the synonyms and antonyms. Homonyms, homophones, and homographs, heteronyms, heterographs, capitonyms, and polysemes are those categories of words which we come across almost every day whenever we are reading anything. And we have been practicing these since our school days. But certain students have not paid much attention to them. If we pay attention to these categories, it becomes easier for us to identify different pairs of words. We can take an example for homonyms with a word stock. stalk as a verb means to harass someone, but as a noun, it is the part of a plant, it is the stem. It falls into the category of homonyms, it also falls into the category of homographs. Another example for homophones for a common pair can be the word there and there. There is a difference in spelling, but the sound is same, and there is a difference in meaning as well. I am going for the simplest and basic example so that the students can understand them. So there are different homophones which can be used as pairs in English Precis composition. There are homographs as well. In homographs, we have words such as bow and bow. The word bow means to bend. The word bow also means the front of a ship. The spellings are similar, but the meaning is different. And if we use another word, bow, which is a weapon, that it has a different meaning and it is a different pair. Interesting cases with capitonyms. Capitonyms are those words which can change meanings by the introduction of a capital letter. For instance, the word literature. If it is written with a capital L, it means study based on canons. This is the study of writing based on canons. Poetry, prose, playwriting, drama, novel, all this falls into the category of literature with a capital L. But if we write the word literature with a small l, it means any written material. Any written material can be on anything. It is not necessarily poetry, prose, playwriting, novel. In fact, someone can say that, can you provide me some literature on physics? Can you provide me some literature on law? It is not related to the study of writing based on canons, but it is related to writing. There is a difference in meaning because of the introduction of a capital and a small letter in the beginning of the word. The case of polysemes is also interesting because here we have words which are different in meaning, still they are related in area of use. For example, the word wood. Wood is a piece of tree, but wood is also used as a substitute word for forest. It may be said that he was there in the woods. It means that he was there in the forest. If someone uses the wood for piece of tree, it is also correct. We can take another example, the word mouth. Mouth is the orifice of face. It is the opening of face, but it is not restricted to face only. Someone can also say that the mouth of the cave was quite narrow. It is again an opening. It's a different meaning, but still it's related in area of use. Neck can be used as a pair as well. Neck as the part of a body or human body or any other animal. Neck is also used for the bottle. In these cases, these pairs fall into the category of polysemes or the case of polysemy. So for mastering pairs of words, it is better that if you practice different categories of words, you can get hold of the list of different categories of words, practice them, you will improve your writing skills, your communication skills, because then you will have several words at your disposal which you can use in different meanings, and you will also find it easier to identify the difference in meaning of different pairs and make their sentences in the paper of English Precis composition. Another question of 5 marks which is there in the paper of English Précis and Composition, it is related to idioms. Again, it is a question of 5 marks. First of all, what are idioms? Idioms are words or phrases which have become the part of English language jargon or the convention of English language or the practice of native communication of speakers of English language because of certain traditions, because of certain stories associated to those words and phrases. We'll take the example of an idiom which is used commonly, scapegoat. Every idiom has a story behind it. It is said that whenever Jews wanted to confess their sins, they visited the rabbis. The rabbis used to ask them to bring a goat, put their right hand on the head of the goat and confess their sins. In this way, they would transfer their sins on the goat which they had brought, and that goat would be answerable for their sins in the hereafter. It is since then, this idiom has become a common practice or a common usage among the native speakers to identify anyone's attempt to transfer his sins or his mistakes onto someone else's. So there are different idioms in English language which have different stories associated to them, different tales associated to them, and then they have become the part of English language convention. For idioms, you need not to memorize each and every story which is behind the idiom, but you must be an avid reader and you must have come across these idioms to identify their meaning, because idioms require first-hand skills. For that, a better option for you is to go through the list of idioms which is there in Chambers Idioms, or you can visit a website, idioms.com. One way is that you can go through the past papers, see different idioms, go on the website idioms.com, and there you can easily identify the meaning and find different sentences which are related to those idioms, and in fact in those sentences those idioms have been used quite appropriately. And if you want to go through an exhaustive list of idioms, then you can refer to Chambers Idioms, which is quite a remarkable source where you find an exhaustive list of idioms and you will master the idioms with very interesting reading. However, it needs time and it needs some practice as well. Another question in English Précis and Composition is of analogies. This is a new addition to the paper of English Précis and Composition after the revision of syllabus in 2015-16, and this has been included in the paper since 2016. It relates to relationships between words. These analogies are relationships between different categories of words. These relationships can be of different forms. The relationship which is there in the given question, you have to find a similar relationship in the 4 options which are given in the question paper. These relationships can be of synonyms. These relationships can be of antonyms. For instance, if we have a word, cool and cold, this can fall into the category of synonyms, or the word chill. We can also have relationships of words which are opposite in meaning, which can fall into the category of antonym relations. For instance, introvert, outgoing. So the relationship in the question is of words which are opposite in meaning. So in the 4 options which will be there in the question paper, a candidate is required to identify a similar meaning which is opposite, similar relationship which is opposite in meaning. We can also have descriptive relationships. For instance, blue ocean. The color blue describes the color of the ocean. So this is a descriptive relationship. Hence, it is required by the candidate to identify a relationship which is similar to the relationship given in the question, which is a descriptive relation. We can also have relationships of part to whole or vice versa, that is whole to part. For instance, head, body. Head is a part, body is the whole. So you need to identify a relationship in the four options in which we have a part and then the whole. That would be the correct answer. There are also certain relationships which are related to steps of any process. For example, cooking, serving. It is a complete process. First cooking, and once the meal is prepared, then we'll move to the step of serving. A candidate is required to identify a similar relationship in the four options which are given in the question paper. There are other relationships which are about things and their functions. We can have a word scissors. The function is to cut. We have an object, and then the relationship is telling us about the function of that object. So we need to identify a similar relationship in the four options which are given in the question paper. We can also have a relationship of item to category. For instance, the word lemonade in relation to the word beverage. The broader category is beverage, but first there is a reference of an item which falls into the category of beverage. So it is required in the paper of English Precis composition to identify a similar relationship in the four options which are given in the question paper. We can also have implied relationship, such as cloud and sun. It is implied because both are there in the sky. So then we need to identify certain implied relationships in the options which are given in the question paper. Symbols can also be used as questions for analogies. For instance, lily, innocence. In literature and general convention of English language, the flower lily is used as a symbol for innocence. Then we need to identify similar relationships in the four options which are given in the question paper. We can also have cause and effect relationships. Rain and flood. Rain is the cause of flood. Flood is the effect of rain. So we need to identify similar cause and effect relation in the four options which are given in the question paper. So when you come across such relationships, you must be vigilant, first of all, to determine the category in which the given question falls. Synonyms, antonyms, descriptive, part to whole, steps in process, things and functions, item to category, implied relationships, symbolic relationships, and cause and effect relationships. Once you have determined the category of the question, then it becomes easier for you to identify the relationship which is given in any of the four options, which is the correct answer. Another question which might be asked in the paper, because it is in the syllabus but it has not yet been included in the paper of English Precis and composition, that question is related to grouping of words. However, this question was a part of PMS Provincial Management Services Examinations of KP 2013. So I'm taking an example from the very same paper. They gave a list of words: image, icon, gigantic, huge, maggot, fad, fulsome, grub, gross, grope, mumble, vapor, copious, fume, symbol, fumble, smoke, and massive. The question paper asked the candidates to make a list of different words which are similar in meaning or area of use. Each list must contain 3 words, and the candidates were asked to make 5 different lists. So in total there were 18 words, and they had to make 5 different lists of words which are similar in meaning or area of use, which meant automatically they would have 6 lists because there would be only 3 words remaining. Each list had its marks, and it carried equal marks because the question had 10 marks, so each list had 2 marks. They had to identify the words similar in meaning or area of use. If we take a look at these words, the response, which is the correct response, would be image, icon, symbol. Another list would include huge, massive, gigantic. The third list would be mumble, fumble, and grope, as these are similar in meaning or in area of use. Then we'll have copious, fulsome, and fad. And the fifth of these will include gross, grub, and maggot. Here we have 5 different lists: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. As the question paper demanded that we must make 5 lists of words which are similar in meaning or area of use. Automatically we can make a 6th list here: fume, smoke, and vapor. So these jumbled words were gathered together because of their similarity in meaning or area of use. In this way, we can make different lists, we can group words together. However, we have not yet had a question related to grouping of words in CSS examinations. It is included in the syllabus, so if you get anything like that, you must not be surprised. In fact, you should prepare yourselves for these questions. These are not that difficult. You only need to identify the similarity in meaning, and then you are in a position to make lists of related words. An important question in the paper of English Precis and composition is related to sentence correction. These errors can be related to punctuations, grammar, syntax, and vocabulary. Different words, different punctuations, and different sentence arrangements can be provided in the questions of sentence correction. The total weightage of this question in the paper of English Precis and composition is 5 marks. So you'll get a set of 7 or 8 sentences, and you have to correct the errors of any 5 of them. Each sentence carries 1 mark. There can be different errors related to tenses, sentence sequence, and certain word classes. One of those word classes which has often been cited by the examiners in the paper of English Precis and composition is conjunctions. First of all, you must know what is a conjunction. Conjunctions are those words which are used to join together different clauses or even words or phrases. It is pertinent to keep in mind that conjunctions serve the purpose of merely joining. I repeat that they merely join. Any other impact on semantics or the meaning has nothing to do with the usage of conjunction. We have different types of conjunctions with reference to meaning, but they basically fall into the broader categories which relate to structure only. So the primary and sole purpose of conjunctions is to join sentences or words. We'll take three examples, in fact 3 sentences, to differentiate between conjunctions and other types of words which apparently join sentences or clauses, but their purpose is more different as compared to conjunctions. First of all, this is the house that Jack built. In this sentence, it seems that the word that is serving the purpose of a conjunction. But this is not a conjunction here. In fact, that here is a relative pronoun. It refers back to the noun house. Instead of joining two clauses, phrases, or set of words, it is basically referring back to another noun. So the primary purpose of this word is to serve as a pronoun. To be very specific, it serves the purpose or function of a relative pronoun. More importantly, that also clarifies that there are certain other houses which have been built. So that refers to a subset of a broader category. If we had used another relative pronoun which, then we would have been considering the entire set or the entire category, or it would have also communicated that there is only one house under consideration. We take a look at another sentence. This is the place where he was murdered. In this sentence, the word where seems to be joining two parts or two clauses. But the word where is a relative adverb here. Its primary purpose or function is not to join clauses, but it refers to a location, and it is referring towards the place of action. This is the place where he was murdered. So it serves the function of a relative adverb. So in the first sentence we saw that is a relative pronoun. In the second, where is a relative adverb. Now take a look at third sentence. Take this and give that. In this sentence, we have a word and. This is the pure usage of a conjunction. To be very specific, a coordinating conjunction. The word and here serves the sole and primary purpose of combining two sets of clauses. It does not serve any other purpose. So a conjunction merely joins. Whenever you are looking for conjunctions, then you have to consider that they are merely joining words or clauses. Even if the word and is serving the purpose of addition or adding, because it can add and it can make a set of words as compound subjects or objects or even compound verbs, there as well the word and serves the function or purpose of a conjunction. This is necessary because when we are going to apply the rules of conjunctions, first you have to determine whether a word is used as a conjunction or not, because there are certain words which would fall into different categories or different word classes, or to simplify that, into the category of different parts of speeches. Therefore, you have to determine that whether the word is a conjunction, then you need to apply the rules of conjunctions. We have different kinds of conjunctions. The major two divisions are coordinating conjunctions, subordinating, compound, and correlatives. Correlatives are also known as correlative conjunctions. So these are the four major divisions of conjunctions when you are trying to apply the rules. First of all, we will take a look at the correlative conjunctions. That what are these? Correlative conjunctions always go in pairs. And certain common correlative conjunctions include either and or, neither and nor, not only but also, whether and or, though and yet, both and. These correlative conjunctions will exist in pairs. For instance, either take it or leave it. It is neither useful nor ornamental. He is not only foolish but also obstinate. He'll whether go or stay. Though he is lazy, yet he agreed to play the match. We both love and honor him. All these words are used in combinations, and there is a method while using these correlatives. I'll write two sentences and then discuss the method, that how we are going to place these correlative conjunctions. For instance, he visited not only Lahore but also Karachi. Another sentence, he not only visited Lahore but also Karachi. One of these sentences is correct and one is incorrect. The second sentence is incorrect. The first one is correct. The reason for that is we have to use the correlative conjunctions immediately before the words which are supposed to be connected. In the first sentence, we are connecting two cities or two nouns, Lahore and Karachi. Not only Lahore but also Karachi. So it communicates the meaning, he visited Lahore and Karachi. Whereas in the second sentence, we are connecting a verb with a noun, which is quite an unlikely composition. He not only visited raises an anticipation that but also will be followed by a verb, but it is followed by a noun, and it is incorrect. In fact, this type of sentence has been a common question or a sentence in the sentence correction part, where you have to identify whether the placement of correlatives is correct or incorrect, and then you have to apply the proper placement in your response to the question. So whenever you are using or whenever you come across correlative conjunctions, you need to consider that these correlatives are used immediately before the words which are supposed to be connected. If there is any discrepancy, then you need to correct the error. Then compound conjunctions. Compound, as the name suggests, that it is a combination of different words. Compound conjunctions are those conjunctions which are not single words. In fact, they are a combination of 2 or 3 words. Because this is also a myth and a misconception that conjunction is always a single word. We have different words which exist in combination and serve the purpose of conjunction. For instance, the word in addition, even though, as if, as well as. Even the words that you saw, not only, but also, in order to, and many other words which exist in combination, they can also serve the function and purpose of a conjunction. And these are known as compound conjunctions. So you need not get confused when you come across certain words which are compound words and serving the purpose of conjunctions, because it is quite appropriate and grammatically correct. Therefore, you need to be vigilant that where compound words are functioning as conjunctions and where compound words are not conjunctions, because these can also be the part of certain questions of sentence correction, and they can also help you improve your writing skills. One of the major types of conjunction is coordinating conjunction. Coordinating conjunctions are those conjunctions which combine together clauses of equal rank. Equal rank means that both the clauses would be independent clauses. They are used in compound sentences and compound complex sentences. Primarily, the structure of compound sentence is helpful to understand the usage of a coordinating conjunction. In a coordinating conjunction, we have two independent clauses. It means that both the clauses can exist independently and convey or communicate their complete meaning. And when they are combined together, we use coordinating conjunctions. It is also pertinent to note that whenever we introduce a coordinating conjunction, we will use a comma before that. What are the common coordinating conjunctions? Since school days, it has been taught that these are the fanboys. Fanboys. F for, A for and, N for neither or nor, B for but, O for or, Y for yet, and S for so. So here we have the fanboys, which are the common coordinating conjunctions. These conjunctions are used to combine clauses of equal rank. These can also be used to combine words as well. For is an interesting one, because for is also a preposition. Certain candidates and students have a confusion regarding the usage of for. It is quite simple. Whenever we use for as a conjunction, it is used in the meaning of because. As we know that because is not a coordinating conjunction, so it cannot be used to combine or bring together two independent clauses. Being a subordinating conjunction, we cannot use it in a compound sentence structure. So we have its replacement in the form of for, and for would communicate the same meaning which the word because communicates in a complex sentence or in other arrangements where subordinating conjunction is possible to be introduced. Other conjunctions are quite easier to comprehend. Now, there are four major divisions of coordinating conjunctions, or four major types, with reference to their impact on meaning. We have one type known as cumulative or copulative. Cumulative and copulative conjunctions are those conjunctions which are simply used to combine two independent clauses, which is the more broader definition of a coordinating conjunction in general. For instance, we take a sentence. We carved not a line and we raised not a stone. In this sentence, we have used a coordinating conjunction and we have two independent clauses. We carve not a line and we raise not a stone. Both can exist independently and still they can communicate their complete meaning, and when we wanted to combine them, we introduced a coordinating conjunction. Another usage of a coordinating conjunction is the introduction of adversative conjunction. Adversative, as its name suggests, it is related to the word adversary. So it communicates or it combines together two independent clauses of some opposite meaning or any opposite situation or circumstances. For instance, he is slow, but he is sure. In this sentence, the coordinating conjunction but has helped to express an opposite meaning or an opposite situation. He is slow, he is sure. These two are independent clauses, but one is relatively opposite to another. Therefore, we introduced an adversative conjunction or a coordinating conjunction which ensured the meaning which was opposite or adversative to the meaning of another clause. Another usage of coordinating conjunction is in the sense of inference or elative conjunctions. Here we draw an inference. For example, something certainly fell in, for I heard a splash. Here we are drawing an inference. Something fell in, for I heard a splash. So if someone is saying or someone is deducing or inferring that something has fallen, it is based upon another clause, that is, I heard a splash. So it relates to inference, and here you can see that we used for quite similar to the usage of because, but as we have two independent clauses, introducing because would be incorrect. This can be a common question in the question of sentence correction, that we can see the usage of because with two independent clauses, then we need to replace it with for. And it can also be vice versa, that the examiner can introduce because in a compound sentence where we need a coordinating conjunction, or can introduce because where for and we need to replace it with because it is not a compound sentence. The fourth type of coordinating conjunctions is disjunctive. Here we have choices, and for that we have conjunctions such as or, nor, either or neither. For instance, she must weep or she will die, or he must study or he might fail. Here there are choices that what should be done. If it is not done, then there is another opposite situation. We also have another conjunction, lest, which can be used. He must study, lest he fails. Then we have to remove the word might from here, and then we can introduce lest. But that would be a different case. So for coordinating conjunctions, you need to remember these four layers in which we can use coordinating conjunctions. And this can be a common question as far as sentence correction is concerned. And this is also one of the common errors when you are writing. Therefore, you need to be careful with the usage of coordinating conjunctions. Another type of conjunction is subordinating conjunctions. Subordinating conjunctions are used in complex sentences and compound complex sentences. Whenever we use a subordinating conjunction, we'll have an arrangement of dependent clause and independent clause, or dependent clauses and independent clause or clauses. In a complex sentence, we can have two different arrangements: a dependent clause before the independent clause or after the independent clause. If we use a dependent clause after the independent clause, we will not use any punctuation in the middle of the sentence. But if we introduce the dependent clause before the independent clause, then we need to introduce a comma after the dependent clause. I repeat, after the dependent clause, not after the subordinating conjunction. Because if we introduce a comma before or after a subordinating conjunction, it would be a grammatical error. In fact, you might get a few sentences related to that to correct the error, and it would be related to both punctuations and sentence sequence or sentence arrangement. We'll take an example. Because of the thunderstorm, his flight has been delayed. His flight has been delayed because of the thunderstorm. In the first sentence, we are using the dependent clause before the independent clause, so we introduced a comma at the end of the dependent clause. But in the second arrangement, we have introduced the dependent clause after the independent, so there was no punctuation in the middle of a sentence. It is also pertinent to note that if we have two dependent clauses before the independent clause, the comma would come after the second dependent clause. No need to use a comma before the first dependent clause, because you don't need to fill your entire sentence with too many commas. So then we can also have another arrangement in which we have appositives, or we can have relative clauses in the middle of a sentence which is dividing a single independent clause. In that case, we would use a comma on both sides of the dependent clause or that relative clause or appositive which is used with any subordinating conjunction. So the crux of the matter is that we need to separate the dependent clause from the independent clause if it is dividing an independent clause or if when it comes before the independent clause. But we don't need to separate it with the help of a comma if it comes after the independent clause. Subordinating conjunctions can be used in different ways. One way is to refer to time. More common subordinating conjunctions for time are before and after. For instance, I would die before I lie. Here we have used a subordinating conjunction to connect two clauses. One is dependent and the other one is independent. So it refers to time. Another usage is related to cause. He succeeded because he made efforts. Cause or consequence can be easily communicated by using a subordinating conjunction because. Another usage of a subordinating conjunction is purpose. For example, we eat so that we may live. So the purpose of eating with the help of so that, a compound conjunction which is serving the function of a subordinating conjunction. causes, consequences, time, purpose are followed by another type, condition. Condition is often communicated by the conjunction if, and here we come to conditional sentences. Conditional sentences would fall into the category of complex sentences when we are dividing them in accordance with the structure. So, if can be used in the beginning and it can also be used at the end. If you stay, you would lag behind. Or we can write it as you would lag behind if you stay. In both ways, the same rule has been applied when we introduced a dependent clause in the beginning, even if it is a conditional sentence. If is considered as a subordinating conjunction, we used a comma after the dependent clause, then we introduced the next clause, and remember this combination of if and would. In the second sentence, the subordinating conjunction came in the middle. We did not use any punctuation or any comma. So you need to be vigilant while identifying errors. There can be a few related to subordinating conjunctions. One of the oft ignored areas when it comes to sentence correction is the area related to adjectives or modifiers, because we often take it for granted that we know how to use them. And definitely most of the students know that what is the purpose of an adjective, but they are still unaware of its structural placement in a sentence and the usage of different structures and different adjectives in a sentence. An adjective, as we know, is a word which modifies or describes a noun. It can be used in two different positions. One of the positions in which we use an adjective is known as attributive position. The other position is known as the predicative position. Attributive position is the more common usage of using an adjective before the noun. For instance, the new dress is expensive. Here, new is the adjective and it is used before the noun, so we call it an attributive usage of adjective. In the second case, the dress is new. Here again, new is the adjective, but new is used in the predicative position. So we can use an adjective both before and after a noun, and both can be correct. Then there are certain adjectives which cannot be used after a noun, so we have different scenarios for that. One of the case which is quite common, for example, the elder brother is hardworking. He is 2 years older than him. The word elder cannot be used in a predicative position, and it is inappropriate to use older in an attributive position. It is better to use older in a predicative position. So you need to identify these words, that which are suitable for attributive and which one are suitable for predicative positions. There are certain fixed phrases as well when it comes to the usage of adjectives. These fixed phrases must have come across and you must have read and heard them. One of them is Secretary General. There are instances when the word General Secretary is used, but Secretary General is the fixed phrase often used for the boss of United Nations or the UN boss. Secretary General is a fixed phrase. General Secretary would be incorrect. Another fixed phrase is God Almighty. It is a common error that students and candidates write Almighty God. But God Almighty is the correct sequence that must be observed. Poet Laureate. Laureate poet would be incorrect. So, if you identify such an error, then you must correct it. The word court martial. Martial court would be incorrect, or if anyone writes martial courts, that would be a mistake or an error that you need to correct. So there can be errors related to these, so you need to identify and practice these fixed phrases in English language when it comes to the usage of adjective, so that you can identify errors related to them. We also have certain well-known groups. These well-known groups are not necessarily accompanied by any other noun. These well-known groups include words such as the blind, the deaf, the unemployed, the poor, and many other words. You should prefer using them in isolation. If someone writes the blind people, or the deaf person, or the deaf people, the unemployed people, the poor people, or poor masses, it would be incorrect. You need to separate these and not use any noun with them. These are well-known groups, and these adjectives themselves would represent the group in entirety. So if there is an error related to that, you must correct them. Then we come to nationality. Nationality is often confused by adding ISH or the suffixation of ISH, as it is in certain cases. Irish, British, Welsh, but not for all nationalities we have to use that. One common error is writing Danish or Turkish. It would be incorrect. Instead of Danish, it is better to write Danes. Instead of writing Turkish, it is better to write Turks. Certain errors can be presented to you related to these adjectives. You must be vigilant to identify them, because the entire sentence might appear correct, but there can be errors related to these. Another area which you need to consider is related to adjectives of measurement. Adjectives related to measurement are used after the noun. For example, first of all, let me identify the area measurement. The words or adjectives related to measurement. 2 miles long. Long is an adjective, and we are using it after the noun, 6 meters high. High is again used after the noun. 8 feet deep. Deep is used after the noun. We can write 2 long miles, but that would communicate a different meaning. 2 long miles would mean that it was a painful experience to cover that distance, but there long would not refer to the distance as far as measurement is concerned. But when we are referring to measurement, it has to be used after the unit. Miles long, meters high, feet deep. But there is one adjective of measurement which is used before the unit or before the noun, and that is worth. Worth $100. It can also be written as worth $100. Worth, W-O-R-T-H. This is the only adjective of measurement which is used before the unit or before the noun. Rest of the adjectives which are used for measurement are used after the unit or after the noun. You need to be vigilant to identify errors related to these. Another error can be related to the usage of a significant adjective. In fact, 2 adjectives. The words proper and present. If someone says the present members, it means all the members who are registered. They might not be present at that moment. But if someone says the members present, it means the speaker or the writer is referring to only those who are present at that moment of utterance. They might be present in the room or conference or wherever. Then the word proper. If someone says China proper, it means the mainland China. It excludes Hong Kong. But if someone says proper China, then it does not refer to specific place. It refers to characteristic of that place, the characteristic of the Chinese civilization, the norms, the conventions, the habits, the customs, etc. So the placement of these 2 adjectives before or after can change the meaning. You should also be careful while using these adjectives and identifying errors related to these. If we are using multiple adjectives, they have to be used, in fact, they must be used in a proper sequence. And there are 3 major layers if we are using adjectives in multiplicity or if we are using multiple adjectives together. These 3 major layers include opinion, description, and the layer classification. Classification can also be termed as purpose. Opinion comes first, then comes description, and after that classification. Opinion can be such an adjective with which there can be a disagreement. Opinions can differ. For instance, the word effective. I might consider anything effective, you might consider it ineffective. Someone else might have a different opinion. So this adjective would come into the category of opinion. Description includes another sequence. For that, we have a proper term used in schools, which is SACOM. I would further elaborate it and use the term SASCOM. it also has to follow a proper sequence. So there are different types of descriptions. S for size, A for age, S again for shape, C for color, O for origin, and M for material. So if you are using multiple adjectives which are describing a noun, descriptive words, so size first, then age, after that shape, then color, then origin, and after that material. Classification can again be related to the purpose. For instance, the word political, and we are using it for the noun reform. We can classify it: educational reform, legal reform, social reform. So it depends upon the purpose. So this adjective is related to the class or purpose. If we combine it with the opinion, effective political reform. If we are introducing any other adjective of description, so it can be an effective latest political reform. The word latest is related to age. So we'll use and insert it between opinion and description. However, it is not necessary that we use all the adjectives of description together. It's more like the BODMAS rule in mathematics, that bracket open, divide, multiply, add, subtract, whatever is present there, that would be used first, and afterwards the other one. So if we have one adjective related to size, the other one is related to color, then we'll skip age and shape and move towards color, and afterwards material. And remember that first opinion, then description. For description we have a sequence SASCOM, and for classification or purpose we have other adjectives, and it will be followed by a noun. So you need to be quite careful when using them. Another area of multiple adjectives is related to punctuations. That where will we introduce the punctuations or comma when we are using multiple adjectives, and where we are not going to introduce. I'll write a sentence here. It was a long, noisy, and nauseating flight. Here I introduce a comma after long and before and, which is an Oxford comma. The reason is that these adjectives are referring to different characteristics of that flight. Long, we can say that it was a long and noisy and nauseating flight. But if someone writes, he held a bright red balloon, we cannot introduce a comma between bright and red, because bright is modifying the word red and it is related to that. It does not mean that bright is a separate characteristic and red is a separate characteristic. Bright, in fact, as an adjective becomes an adverb for another adjective, red. So if we have multiple nouns, there can be instances when we use a comma, and in certain cases we will not use a comma. These can also be parts of certain questions related to sentence correction. A new addition to the paper of English Precis and composition after the revision of syllabus in 2015-16 was the question on translation. And in 2016, it was introduced for the first time in CSS examinations. However, it is a common question in the papers of English Precis and composition in the examinations of PMS Punjab. Translation requires hands-on skills, and you need to master it with practice. You cannot memorize a dictionary for that, but you must have a proper exposure to both the target languages, the one in which you are reading the passage and the other one in which you have to translate. You will be given a passage in Urdu and you have to translate it into English. While translating, there are certain things which you need to consider. A broader term for that is level shifts. That there are certain shifts in one language from another we need to consider. Because one of the reasons for failure, which was identified by the examiners in the examiner's report of 2016, was that there was first language interference. First language interference means that the candidate was thinking in his or her mother tongue and then tried to write it in English. It also means that while translating, the attempts at translation were more in line with the writing convention of Urdu language and not of English language. This is also quite challenging. These shifts can be in different layers. So, level shifts can be divided into several categories. These level shifts can be structural. Structural shift means that the word order or the sentence sequence in one language can be different from another. It is quite obvious that in English language, verb is the main word in the syntactic arrangement or sentence sequence, but in Urdu, ism or noun is the main word. So these structural shifts become quite natural, and the word order and the sentence sequence can differ. We can also have class shifts. Certain emotions, certain words can be expressed in one language in one word class and in another language in a different word class. So class shifts are also but natural, which you need to consider while translating an Urdu passage into English. Because word classes or parts of speech can be different and their preference and their placement can be different in one language from the other. Another shift is known as, in fact, these are the two major divisions of another category, but I would just refer to the divisions. One is an obligatory shift that any candidate needs to consider. Obligatory shift is related to the obligation related to grammar, that you have to make a shift from one language to another, and in relation to that you have to make a different arrangement. So it can also happen that one sentence in one language can be translated into a division of two sentences. It's also probable that you might have two sentences in Urdu, but when you're translating them into English, you might have to write a single sentence for that. The chances of the second case are brighter because whenever we translate from Urdu into English, it is considered that English takes 35% lesser space to communicate a message as compared to Urdu. But that would be a longer linguistic discussion, but you need to consider these obligatory shifts. Certain other shifts can also occur. These shifts are optional shifts. Optional shifts mean that one candidate and another candidate both have done proper translations. But as we have a difference of idiolect when we are talking in spoken language, there can be a difference of choice of words, and that can make a difference. One candidate might be at the average level of translation, another can be at an expert level or expressive level of translation, and the third might still be at a below average level of translation because of the choice of words or choice of sentences. So certain shifts are not necessary, but due to lack of mastery or expertise in a language, there can be some optional shifts. There are also some text-centered shifts which can occur while translating. These text-centered shifts are grammatical shifts. In Urdu, we might not require any conjunction at times, but in English, if we are translating, we have to use certain conjunctions to combine clauses of different nature and also to ensure clarity in meaning. In Urdu, we might not have as much usage of prepositions, but in English, we might require these prepositions to ensure clarity in our writing. So these are some grammatical shifts which would occur when you are translating. Another shift is related to cohesion or cohesion related shift. Cohesion is the structural connection in a language. This structural connection also ensures connectivity between different ideas. Urdu has different instruments to ensure cohesion. In English, we have different ways. There can be layers of lexical cohesion when we are using different words of thematic similarity. We might also introduce structural cohesion when we are completely looking for grammatical devices such as conjunctions and determiners, and then we have different layers of conjunctions as far as their usage is concerned, so that we can ensure cohesion. And in Urdu, we might not have them. Sometimes we might have a few in Urdu, and in English we might not require them. So you must be vigilant about these shifts in text when you are translating. And final shift can be related to context. These are called contextual shifts. These are related to the science of pragmatics, or the study of pragmatics, the study of meaning with reference to context. English and Urdu are quite different from each other when we are looking at them from linguistic point of view. So these contextual shifts are but natural. There are different ways of linking a context and then expressing them. We might not be needing too many proverbs in Urdu, but in English we might have to look for phrasal verbs and idioms. At times, a proverbial usage in Urdu might not be appropriate for English because there is a different way of expressing that context. Sometimes anything humorous in Urdu might not be as suitable for English language, and it wouldn't go with the context of the text. So you need to consider all that when you are translating from Urdu into English, because these shifts are but natural to occur, and these require practice. What else you need to consider when you are translating? You need to be brief, brevity. Brevity is the soul of wit. Briefer you are, more appropriate and targeted the translation is. As I told you, that English language takes 35% lesser space to communicate and express a meaning as compared to Urdu. So the briefer you are, translation is more appropriate and it is targeted, and the examiner would be impressed, and lesser the chances of error. Secondly, avoid longer noun strings. For instance, if someone writes computer monitoring latest screening devices, now this is quite a long noun string. It is not suitable to English language writing convention. You can divide it into two different noun strings, or you might have to look for a briefer noun string, because longer noun strings can create confusion. They will impede communication. They will also hamper the meaning. Another thing is that avoid humor. Because most of you come from different academic backgrounds, even those who have an academic background of English language might not be in a position to judge that where humor fits into English language and where humor doesn't fits into Urdu language. So better that you avoid humor and tone down humor when you are translating. Do not use too many blatant words or too many farcical words until unless it's more necessary to create farce in the passage, because you won't be getting such passages in the paper. Most important is observe English syntax or sentence sequence. Subject, verb, object, the SVO sequence. The sequence for simple sentence, the sequence for compound sentences, the sequence from complex sentences, for conditional sentences, and for compound complex sentences. So stick to the basics. When you will stick to the basics, you will find it easier to translate the passage, and you would be losing lesser marks. Another important area to consider is consider idiomatic usage of language. Or English language. It is quite explicitly stated in the question paper that special consideration would be given to figurative and idiomatic usage, and you must be able to identify that usage. Once you identify the figurative and idiomatic usage, it becomes easier for you to translate, and it is more impressive. Literal translation all the time won't help. There would be instances, and most of the sentences would require literal translation, but there would be a few sentences or a sentence or maybe a phrase or a clause which might require idiomatic usage or figurative usage in English language. Be careful with verb forms. Verb is central to English language. In fact, remove a verb, the syntax falls. An error of verb creates major problems for a writer, and it impedes communication. When I say verb forms, you must also consider subject-verb agreement. Subject-verb agreement, unfortunately, is like a viral misery in Pakistan. Most of the candidates who are well aware of the rules and convention of subject-verb agreement, still they fail to ensure agreement of verb with the subject because of lack of practice. So these are certain basics which you need to observe when you are translating any passage into English. The paper of English Precis and composition needs constant practice. Precis writing, comprehension passage are specific questions related to your reading skills, and then you have to apply your writing skills. The questions related to vocabulary also need consistent effort on part of the candidate or the student. You have to read more, and you have to be vigilant and thorough readers, and you must consider the value of each word. You must not ignore any new word that comes across. You also have to consider the idiomatic usage of language, not only for the 5 marks question of idioms, but you also have to apply that idiomatic usage when you're translating passages. Translation requires hands-on skills, and you need to practice from the past papers and also from good works of Urdu literature, which you can utilize for translating these passages. Grammar also needs consistent practice and effort. If you practice it for a day and then leave it for a month, then it is of no use. You have to practice grammar almost every day and apply that as well, because being aware of those grammatical rules wouldn't help you. In fact, you have to apply them and practice them so that it becomes a part of your pen, and whenever you start writing, the proper structure of English language should come out of your pen. Good luck for your preparation. Stay safe and stay blessed.